Welcome to the mind of Lancescurv, the most creatively profound man in cyberspace.
I really appreciate your mind. You are on point. You always thinking the right stuff. Your mind is not where it shouldn't be as far as all the distractions. When you say, let's have a conversation, all else in my world must cease, because I know when Tracey J says, let's talk, it's something of substance that's nutritious for the whole world to hear. And I really mean that.
Oh, thank you so much. I was just sitting here thinking about, pretty much the future, the things that I've been sending you about AI. I just sent you on the phone. It's like a inflation. It's like
I see.
A converter. Yes, if you click on that, I think you did one of your videos a few months ago about the value of $1, and that is a conversion that you can just put a number in. You can put a number in. I've been playing around with that, and I think that today with everything happening with like the wars and the countries and the different policies, that people need to start thinking about their individual future and what their plans are. Because this is like every week I'm hearing something crazy, like you just said about Iran, attacking Israel. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Whether we understand it or not, we're not putting anybody over us. What happens there does affect the whole world, and we have to understand that. It can balloon in a way where it's like a domino effect, especially on a financial level. People don't understand, and like you said, people don't think about their future. You see, I believe that people have gotten so complacent. Oh, well, the job will take care of my taxes. The job will give me retirement, the job. And it's this herd mentality where when things break out, the whole world is not going to save us. They're not.
Right. And you know what? I'm glad you said that, because I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what I was trying to talk about. And it's like me, I work in the banking industry. I already told you, but I work in the banking industry, and I look at these clients that we have, and I see so many of them, black and white, that are so ill prepared. And some of them have already reached retirement age, and they're applying for credit cards. Now, at Lance, they're applying for like $100,000 credit cards, and they're like 60 and 70 something years old. Yes.
Oh, God. To only fall in debt even further.
Yes. This one client said, well, I need it because I need repair, because they got to tell us why they want money from us. It's like, it's from, I want a vacation to, we have the money, we're bankrupt. And we're like, no, we can't give you money for that.
Right. For those things, peace of mind is the ultimate vacation, number one. Peace of mind, if they know what they're setting themselves up for. And I'm not a financial expert, but the little I do know, I take action on. And the main thing is, don't put your foot in something that you can't handle, because they're only postponing the inevitable. How are they going to pay all this stuff back with all these interest rates on there? For a vacation?
It's the worst time to get a credit card. It's the worst time to buy a house. It's the worst time to buy a car. The used car industry over in America is a joke. You used to be able to get something decent for under $20,000. A used SUV now is it's $40-something thousand when you go to a dealership. Like it really is crazy. It really is crazy. And I'm looking at this conversion calculator, and I just put in 1985 because I'm like, forget the 70s. I wasn't born in the 70s, so I put 1985. In 1985, if you made $35,313, you made $100,000 in today's money.
Whoa. So that's to show you how far below we are.
That's why I said to you, I said, Lance could play. I'm like, but I said, Lance could play around with this, because 2023 is the farthest it'll let you go. It won't do this year because we're in the year 2024, but you go all the way up to
understood.
Like the convert from year, you can put 2023 there, but convert to year, you can put any year in there. You can even go back 10 years and see how it's changed. But from 1985, and that was just barely. That's like almost 40 years ago. And
And I've said this because that friend of mine on the bus that I was saying how he was saying how much the 1973 dollar is in comparison to the 2016 dollar at the time when he told me that. So could you imagine then? And this is what he did for a living, statistics. I always get twisted when I say statistician, but he would work for these big companies before they had these calculators and different things, and he would do the unique projections for them. If you do this, this is what's going to happen. If you do that, according to inflation with this, and so he was telling people, we were speaking about this on the bus, and it was fascinating. And people just don't get it. It's like right now, the CD, I'm not talking about the investments in America. I'm talking about the Ghanaian, I would call it the equivalent of the Ghanaian dollar. And I'll spell it out, CEDI. I always check that conversion. When I first got here on a visit in 2019, it was $1 for 5.75 CDs. Now, today, and it kind of rolls into the last few weeks, it's $1 American dollar for 13.75. So if you double the 5.75 and say it's 6 and then double it 12, it's more than doubled since 2019 to 2024. 5 years is more than double. What does that mean? It means that it sounds like more. No, but it's actually half of the buying power. See, they don't get them. See, with the dollar, you convert it to whatever it is. I get the American dollar's value over here. But the
you
people
will not
here,
get it over here.
Right. Say, for example, let's just say in dollars, right? Let's just say you made $1,000 a week. Well, if over there in America happened the same way as happening here, your $1,000 basically turns into 500. With the same buying power as 500, it will say $1,000, but the buying power will only be 500. And most people don't understand the fluidity of how things can change. And it can change for the American dollar also. I just happen to be in a country where I get the benefit of it. But if the dollar crashes, where will I be?
Right.
So my thing is, personally, for me, is to finish off the house. And I won't say nothing on this broadcast, but the project we spoke about will be done next week. So get everything I need, which certain things will wear down. Get everything set up to not have to pay anything. Water filtration, borehole, solar power. You understand? Food, greenhouse, chicken coop, just everything you need. And then when they play that game with the fluctuation of needing this and that, and they control you, and we're not even going to talk about the digital dollar now, right? But just this alone, inflation. Why? Let me ask you something. Why aren't more people seeing this?
I have no idea. And like I said, even recently, going to the store, I'm seeing changes. I now just made, a promise to myself. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stop buying fruits and vegetables in the grocery store. I have to. Because one little small thing, a 4-ounce little plastic thing of cut up fruit, you're going to pay $7 or $8 for that over here.
That is crazy.
At least where I am now, you're going to pay $7 or $8 for it. And then you can't just go here in the U.S. You can't just go to any grocery store because all the fruit is not, it's not up to par. You have to go to certain grocery stores for the fruit and things that are natural because all grocery stores don't have the same quality of fruits and vegetables.
Exactly. This is part of the boxing in of so much, but on a finance level, the rug is being pulled slowly from up under the feet. And we're talking, this is the whole world to a point, but the American people we're talking about, and they want vacations. They want bigger SUVs. They want bigger homes. They want to keep up with the Joneses. They want the social media fantasy lifestyle that does not exist. It does not exist.
They won't be able to do that for long. They won't be able to do that for long. They won't be able to do that now because you got certain cities where they just got flat out areas where they just pitch a bunch of tents, or they got areas where you just drive your car and you pay your fee to have your car parked there and you just live out of your car.
Yeah, I've seen that. Listen, for me, to throw on a t-shirt, shorts, and some Crocs, not own anybody, and be free, eat all I want, sleep as long as I want. I don't need the headaches. I don't need the hassles. I saw a video of a young man who went to Brazil, one part of Brazil, and he gave the 10 reasons why he left the United States. But the thing is, for those who want to stay in the United States, don't put the noose around your neck and hang yourself financially. They're out of touch.
I just watched 2 videos on AI, and I know people are tired of me talking about AI, but I'm sorry, it's coming.
No, we need to talk about it every day.
Yeah, right. I'm seeing it like every time you go to a restaurant, every time you go to a store. It's a store here in Raleigh. I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, that has no workers but a stock person. It's called I think it's called Pop Shop or something like that. It has no cashiers. You check yourself out. You go to the front, you scan your items, you pay with a card, and you leave the store. There are no cashiers in that store. And every time I go to the grocery store, they don't have cashiers. But the self-checkout line is the longest line now. Not the cashier line. The self-checkout line is the longest line now.
Wow. Humans are not needed, and humans are without jobs. And people called me crazy years ago when I spoke about this. They say, Lance, that's not going to happen until the year 2200. Look, it's on us, and it's working in on us slowly but surely. It's already here. And there's so much more coming, you know?
The jobs that AI will come for, the jobs that AI is going to come for is your obvious, your service job, like your cashier, your fast food worker. The other jobs that AI will come for is your white collar jobs. A lot of these people, including myself, have administrative jobs. They're trying to train AI to do those administrative, repetitive jobs right now, where you're entering in data, you're calculating stuff. They're trying to teach AI to do that now. So a lot of your white-collar jobs will be gone.
Yes. See, they think they're protected, but see, you're smart enough to know this. And really, it doesn't make any sense to suffer and be controlled like this, because if you look at what's going on in other countries with AI and the digital cash and social credit and all these different things, it's just look, they're doing things now to bring it on even more, and America's not going to know what hit them. And they're going to have to learn to live with less, next to nothing. That's what's coming.
Right, and they're not used to that. And then you know how people of other cultures, they try to live together and everything? Everybody in one house, 2 or 3. They're trying to pass a law where you can't do that. They're trying to crack down on that. The government is trying to figure out a way where it can only be for so many people in that house, where you can't have multiple families in one house. Yeah.
Wow. So you can suffer. You can't pool your resources. They want to choke you off over there.
Right. I just heard about that last week. I'm like, because a lot of people saying, well, if the rent gets too high, I got 4 friends, we all come together.
No, they don't want that.
They go. As soon as they find out that y'all are doing that, they're gonna pass something, and they're gonna tell these landlords, hey, don't rent to more than 3 people, and the rent be like $5,000, but you're gonna have 3 people in the house. I'm just using that as an example, but what I'm saying is that's pretty much a situation. You. Yeah.
Right. Oh no.
But I'm seeing changes.
They don't know what's coming. They don't know.
Yeah.
They're blocking off I'm not calling people rats, right? They're just blocking off all the rat holes before they go after the rats in the rat race. They're blocking off all of the holes, because what I heard also is that they're going to suggest, and I read a lot of different things, come to me, so I'm not getting it exact. But basically, to answer to that, they're going to offer people these stackable, not stackable like stack them, but tight, small, like over in certain parts of Japan, little small cubicle-like apartment spaces that are very small. They ain't worried about your view. It's just basically a little box you live in. I don't mean like a tiny box you crawl in, but a very small studio-like miniature apartment that, it's space effective. It's stackable. It's no personality, and they're going to push people toward this way of living in these little stackable apartments, tiny little spaces. with your limited income, if any at all. And they will subsidize it to a point, the American government, because you have no choice then, because you're not going to be able to get a job. So it's going to be a different type of government. It may be something that is affordable, but it's going to be so many rules with this stuff, because it all comes down to money and it taking away cash. There's no more hustles. There's no more little side gigs that you don't tell the government. They're going to know everything, and the money's going to have no value at all. And you'll just be like a little rat in a cubicle. That's the thing. No free. You won't be able to live. Don't even think about having children.
Oh, no, you can't have kids in that. No. You're not. Forget about kids. And people don't understand the effect that AI will have, especially on, retirement. Because think about it. Mm-hmm. If you got all these people out of work, who's paying into retirement for you even retirement? Who's paying into that?
That's right. You take what you have now and you make it work. I mean, feverishly, whatever a person's plan is, now's the time to do it before it's too late. People thought I was a doomsayer. I was a quack. That I got called all kind of names over the years, but I saw it coming. That's why I'm here now. And the thing is, this may not be the answer for everybody. I'm not saying that and then see, I did it. No, I'm not saying that, because there's still obstacles that I have to overcome to get that ultimate freedom away from the system. I'm not being seduced by it. I'm not being seduced by it. Even to the point, we get back on topic, me and Mr. SCURV were talking about cars and electric cars and regular cars and whatnot. I'm like, listen, I thought about it. Do you really want to get an electric car that they can see where it is at all times? That they can lock you into the car? People bragging about bulletproof windshields and stuff. You can't kick your way out of that car. If they want to get you for whatever reason, they can stop your car, know where you are, come get you. For whatever reason now, they'll go after a person who's a criminal. But how do you know? I mean, that's too much control. Whenever they offer something for convenience, it's always a downside if you think about it.
Yeah.
To the point where right now, I'm not really feeling this whole online thing either. I'm going to do stuff, and I'm always going to do stuff. But when they start doing things and messing with you and everything like they do with me now, you can have it. I'm still going to do my thing, but it's going to be in a different way. Because this, especially with the money first, it's the money. And that once they control that and everything goes digital and the value of it they can play with and they can corral you like rats. I mean, there's so many repercussions that people are not even thinking about right now.
Yeah, because we talked about it last year. The moment they stop using cash, you could consider it trouble. The moment cash becomes obsolete, consider it trouble.
Yeah. And they're weaning us into it. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, we're getting used to, PayPal me. You know what I mean? How convenient. And it's tracked and monitored. Cash App and all of these things. We get it. They're weaning us into it, and it's so convenient. It is, but who really controls it? It's
that's right.
And what they're doing to the food. Now they mess with the chickens and the eggs and the prices of those things going up. Well, you got to just be able to do your own. We got to go back to the old way. The more wholesome way where you can live. They're blocking up every hole, and most of us don't even realize it. Because where you going to go in America if the supermarket doesn't have any food and your money has no value?
And they're already making zones in your neighborhood, like with some of them under HOAs, where you can't have a garden. So good luck with that.
Oh, damn. Mm-hmm. Nature has become the enemy of this engineered world.
And
Nature
the moment
gives us
that they don't have to
free.
tell you, you heard about this meat that they grow, like they grow in labs. The moment that they tell you that they don't have to tell you that the meat has been grown in the lab, that's the day I'm going to become vegan.
Right.
I'm serious. I'm so serious. I am so serious.
Mm-hmm.
Because
and we're talking vegan when you're growing your stuff.
Yeah,
because
right.
Because now they're injecting the vegetables with stuff.
Right.
It's just the big
before
cities.
Then, hopefully I'll be in another region by the time all that happens. God willing.
Right. And I know you will. No, I know you will.
But yeah, it's just everything happening so fast. It just scares me. Every time I go to the grocery store, every time I look at the prices of things, it's like now. You remember the dollar stores? Like down here, we used to have a dollar store. Now it's a $1.25 store.
Oh damn! They can't even have a dollar store anymore. That's messed up. A $1.25 store.
It's the $1.25 store now.
Oh man. A $1.25 store.
Yeah, it's a $1.25 store. And I remember growing up seeing 99-cent stores everywhere.
Yeah. That's how bad inflation took over. They got to call it that now.
Right. They can't technically say it's a dollar because after the tax, it's going. I told my mom it's going to be the $5 store in less than 10 years. It'll be the $5 store.
And things will be so high, we'll feel like it's a bargain there. Little cheap things, candy and little breakable things, and pencil erasers, pencils, whatever they sell there. The $1.25 store. Oh, that's bad.
Right. Yeah, that's how bad inflation is. But back to what we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
With these jobs, like with my job, for instance, I think with a lot of these companies, they don't want you working for them after a certain amount of time. I'm starting to talk to friends that have, coworkers that are working all over the, United States, and they're working in these big cities. Yes. And I heard of a case of one lady that's been with her company for 30 years, and right before her 30-year mark, because, you're supposed to get a certain amount of money, you're supposed to get a certain amount of benefits. They wrote her up. Right. She hasn't been written up in 29 years. They wrote her up after 29 years, and they had her on some kind of probation or something, because one customer made a complaint. And I'm like,
so what, they trying to mess her up with her pension?
That's what that's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me, because after 30 years, she's supposed to get, her pension is supposed to get so much from the company, including her 401k or whatever.
That's fine.
And so even with my company that I work for now, when you go in certain positions, they cap your salary, which means every year they give you a raise. They're going to give you a certain percentage, and when you get to that cap, whatever that amount is, they're just going to make you salary, and you'll probably get a bonus still, but you won't get any more raises. So that means if I'm with this, if I've been with this company for 10 years and I reach that cap, then either I'm going to have to move to another department or move out of the company altogether, because that company's not going to give me any more money.
So they already have it predetermined, the limitations of what you'll make. And does this account for inflation? Does it account for all these other things?
No, it doesn't. They don't have to. And my thing is, these companies, they don't have to give you a cost of living raise. They don't even have to give you a raise or they don't have to do anything.
So it's a slippery slope. America now is a slippery slope.
Especially when you're working for these jobs, and in corporate America, it's like you go through all these hoops just to get this job. And of course, they're going to lowball you because you're never going to get paid what you're worth. Then you get in these jobs, and they want you to do your job and half of somebody else's job for one person's pay. And they take their time promoting you, and they take their time giving you the raises. And I tell everybody, and I'm working on this myself, I need to become an entrepreneur. At least I know that when I'm working, I'm really, working for me, and I'm going to, get what I put into it. But when you work in these jobs, you don't get back what you put into these jobs. You can't.
Exactly. It's the only way.
And you don't even have to be a manager for them to, at my company, you don't even have to be a manager for them to put you on salary. See, back in the day, you used to be, once you became a manager, once you became over a certain amount, then they put you on salary. But you don't have to be on salary. You could be a high-paid employee, and they'll look at your salary, and they'll look at your bonus. Okay, this person's getting paid this. We're going to put you on salary.
Cap you off. And then still demand the hours.
Right.
I'm quite
so
sure
like,
most people are not even aware of that.
So with this inflation rate and with the rising cost of living, how do you retire in America?
Exactly. Because your retirement's not going to go up, no matter what they say.
But see, they telling us now, you know, and they telling us now, well, you know, at least you want to have at least $1 to $2 million. Well, okay, that's today in 2024. That number is not going to be the same 20 years from now. And plus, that money is not going to have the same spending power. Why do y'all keep telling people $1 million to $2 million 20 years from now is going to be nothing?
Exactly.
In the United States, I'm saying. In the United States, that won't be nothing.
Mm.
And then when you retire, my mom told me this. When you retire here in the United States, when you retire and you get SSI or whatever you're getting, they're looking at your money. They don't count, you know, the money that you made your whole life. They go by the last quarters that you worked. They go by the last 2 to 3 years that you had a job. So let's say, for instance, you're coming up on your retirement and you like your job that you worked for 30 years laid you off, and you know you like 5 years from retirement, so they laid you off on 30 years, so you got like another 3 or 4 years to go before you can officially retire. And let's say you just pick up this small job at like a retail store. Your retirement, your SSI is gonna be based on that retail job, not the job you had for 30 years.
Oh no! That's foul.
If that job that you were on 30 years, if you didn't have a pension with them, if you didn't have a 401k with them, they're not going to base that off of that. They're going to base off of what you just recently made, whatever job you had recently.
Which could be chump change just to keep you going by hand to mouth.
Right.
But they're going to use that. Right. So everything else is down the drain.
Yeah.
Everything is against you with this system. That's what I'm telling you. I don't feel one bad bit of leaving. Oh yeah, they're gonna give me my money in a year if it's there. And I'm planning and honing my life to not need that. I need it, of course. I need the pension I get now. But when I get it, I still want to reduce my dependence on cash, on money, on their money. You see, so I tell people, whether it's $5,000 or $3,000 or $2,000, whatever your overhead is, get away. Go somewhere where you can reduce your overhead, what you need to live. Reduce that. Reduce that.
Oh my goodness.
And try to make it next to nothing, if possible.
Right.
Because if you're depending on this money, you're screwed.
But that's what they teach you in America, to depend on the system. They teach you to depend on money.
Wow.
They don't want you to, and see, I didn't know that because I told my mom, I'm like, if you, yeah. Because I was asking her about that because she's been retired for some years, and I'm like, well, you know, why are you just getting that per month? Then you work here, then you work there. She's like, no, they don't go back that far. They go by the last few quarters that you worked. And they take that and they calculate it, and that's how they come up with your retirement. That's how they come up with your Social Security. Because, you know, a lot of people, they depend on Social Security. And I thought that was messed up because I'm like, how... If I work my whole life at one job, then I don't want you just calculating what I made in the past 2 to 3 years because, like you said, I could have just had a simple retail job.
Right. Right. That you could have socked away some money to bridge that gap between when you stopped the corporate job to the time when you received Social Security, and you're just doing this now to not have to go into that lump sum that you have to live off of. Just hand them out, make this easy for myself. I'm going to do this little retail job. It ain't paying as much as my corporate job, but it's helping to keep the engine oiled and greased so it can move properly until that time. you know?
Yes.
And they're going to use that against you.
Yeah, I was shocked when I found that out. I'm like, are you sure that's how they choose? Like, yeah, they go by what you just made for, the last few quarters that you worked. So if, like I said, with that corporate job, if you didn't take out a 401k with them or you didn't have a retirement with that job, then you pretty much up the creek if you're just depending on SSI by itself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Even though you worked all those years.
Wow. And could you imagine the shock on the people's faces when they find this out? Could you imagine?
And check this out. Even when you do it the right way, and let's say you had a pension or something, they're taking out fees. They still take out fees.
Oh, man.
If I was retirement age right now and I wanted to start drawing on my 401k, it's fees attached. So technically you still don't get all your money.
This is sad. This is sad. This is unbelievable. And they're going to come up with more ways of coming to people.
But then I hear people all the time say, well, if AI comes and takes all the jobs, then they're going to have to do UBI. And UBI is universal basic income. And I'm like, they can't do UBI because there's nobody paying taxes to pay into UBI.
Well, see, right. That was the thing I think that I was trying to mention, where they're going to subsidize that with that universal basic income. And everybody's going to have to live off of the same little bit of peanuts.
So you think, okay, so let's speak hypothetically. So let's say AI has come and AI has eliminated easily, let's say AI eliminated 30 million jobs. So 30 million jobs are gone. Most people, the only people that left working in the United States, let's say 20% of the population have jobs now. 80% of the population is out of work. They don't have no jobs. And let's say they provide UBI. First of all, everybody's not getting the same amount because cost of living is different from my city than other cities. Everybody's not going to get the same amount. Two, this is what else I see them doing. If they do UBI too, and there's going to be stipulations with that UBI. There are going to be stipulations, just like it is with welfare Section 8. You're going to live in a certain part of the city. You can only shop at a certain store. You only have access to certain parts of the city. That is it. You go where they tell you to go. You shop where they tell you to shop at.
There's no way around that because they're going to have all this thing electronically hooked up. Who knows if we're going to be chipped? Who knows if whatever you have to show what money you have left on your universal basic income, if it can only work in certain places, it's not, you're not going to take a car and let me just go over there by the nice neighborhood. No, it's not going to, I mean, really, and I'm not being a troublemaker or doomsayer. I see all of this. And just like they have the 15-minute city, where is it, somewhere in Europe, where they're experimenting with having everything within 15 minutes. We don't even need a car. You can just hop on a bike or walk. To have a section
they can eliminate transportation because transportation going to cost more money. So if they're giving you UBI, they're going to the government's going to give you the bare bones minimum. You can have a certain hospital you can go to. You can have a certain grocery store you can go to. Certain schools you can go to keep you indoctrinated. Churches, all that.
And we're going to welcome it on in, not knowing, because they're going to spout the benefits of this. And we're going to suck it in.
The reason why we're going to welcome it in is because it's going to look like convenience. That's how they're going to welcome it in. It's going to look like, oh, look how you don't have to leave your home. You don't even need a car for this. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that.
Right.
And
quality
then if you
of life.
get lonely,
what would that be like?
And then and then if you get lonely, don't worry about it. If you're not married, you don't have kids. We can download the app for a husband and kids. We give you digital kids, a digital spouse. You can download that app and create your own spouse.
Yeah.
Create your own spouse. How tall you want them to be? How much you want them to weigh? You want to have a beard? You want him to be clean shaven? You want to be white? I know half of y'all husbands are gonna be white anyway because that's what y'all secretly want. But I'm not saying that. Anyway.
Wow.
I'm be able to get it. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to get that white spouse then. Yes. Yes.
But I'll tell you, it's crazy because a friend of mine, I have to give credit where credit is due. This is off the chain, but I'm going to take 30 seconds with this. He was saying this, I will swear, it was back in 84, 85. He said this because he's into technology. He went to school for these things and whatnot. He told me there's going to be a body sleeve that we wear that's connected to the computer, that whatever the other person on the other computer on the other side of the world wears the same sleeve does and touches, and you'll feel it. So you can have a cyber experience. I'll keep it decent. He was speaking about this, and this was his imagination. This wasn't something he knew. And we're moving closer to that because now these cyber companions, and like I said on one of the shows, they have a house of ill repute, which we know what that is, and it's all silicone dolls that look so real. And men pay to go there and deal with these dolls in Toronto right now. And so this is the other host of things, you see, because we're giving so much of ourselves on social media that they can copy our faces now and the AI art and our personalities and the little innuendos of different races and how we, it's too much now. They're not going to need us anymore. And we're going to be hooked on this thing, living limited, money not worth anything, shackled to this thing. It all ties in with AI, of course. But on the financial aspect, people don't understand they're on the slippery slope.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. It's going to be within our lifetime. And I'm a little older than you, but it's going to be within my lifetime where I see it.
Of course, because look how fast everything is. Because I don't expect to walk 5 years from now. I expect to walk in the store and see one cashier. I'm just saying,
right? And with these robots walking around the way they're programmed to walk around like humans, and who knows if it'll be a real breathing person. Because see, you don't have to pay a robot. You don't have to pay AI. It's about profit. People think, oh, that's not going to. No, they don't have to pay anybody. Walmart will not have to pay anybody, even if it's a little bit. Even if they made minimum wage a certain amount of money, which they're jumping around. What is it, like $15 or something like that? Yeah, well, at least it's $15. What is the $15 worth? What is it worth? What's the value?
You still can't pay rent.
Exactly.
And they're fighting for minimum wage now. Like California just raised their minimum wage to, I think, $20 an hour or something like that.
Sounds good. And it's not the $20 an hour that we knew coming up. It's not the $20.
Right? No, it's not. I said, yeah, they do what? Yeah. Yeah, I said in today's money, it's $20 an hour, but as far as their buying power, that's like $8 to $10 an hour.
Yeah.
That's how their buying power. That's not a true $20. And then most of these companies, and that they're trying to do, like these fast food companies, you actually think, I'm in North Carolina. They are not paying you $20 an hour here. Before they do that, they'll automate the whole store. These companies will not. You are not going to strong arm these companies into paying $20 an hour for no minimum wage. They will automate the store first. And the scary thing about this automation, people are saying that it's not going to happen because they are thinking in their minds that they have to perfect this in order for it to happen. No, they don't. AI does not have to be perfected for these companies to start investing in it and to start implementing this. It does not have to be perfected.
Right. It doesn't take much also to make a Big Mac or a hamburger down an electronic assembly line. You make your order and it puts it together. It may take one person.
Here in Raleigh, you go on McDonald's here in Raleigh, and there's no person that's on the front in the cashier. Now I see people in the back fixing the food still, but you walk in and there's a kiosk for you to punch in your order. This is McDonald's. There is a kiosk when you walk in. And then there's a big screen TV up ahead, you know, where you see the menu at, and as soon as you punch your order in, it gives you a number, and your number shows up on that big screen TV, and it'll say in progress. That means they're working on your order. Now, when you see your number go to the other side of the screen, when you see the number go to the other side of the screen, it'll say ready. That's when you know your order's ready.
Yeah, they have that here at the KFC, but they still have everybody working the front counter and the whole place, you know, but I see that whole progress thing. I saw that. I was in the other day with somebody, and I said, look at this.
That is AI.
Even out here.
That's AI.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I went to Olive Garden. You know Olive Garden? The Italian restaurant, Italian chain, Olive Garden. Yeah.
Yeah.
Went to Olive Garden. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Went to Olive Garden 2 weeks ago. Olive Garden still has servers, but you're going to check out your own meal. They have these little iPads at every table. So when you tell the waitress that, you know, I'm done, I'm finished, she's like, okay, she clicks a button and you go on the iPad. That's your whole order is on the iPad, what you ordered. And then you take out your credit card, you scan it on the iPad, and that's how you check out.
Man. Cash is in trouble. Without cash, I can't scan it on the... Oh, man. And it's accelerating faster. You know, we say 5 years, but what's coming in a year and a half? 3 years. 3 years tops. What's the world going to look like?
That's why I'm trying to get this training. I'm trying to, you know, step up my skill set because I don't want to be one of these people. I'm out of a job. I have no skill set to get anything else. And I'm trying, and now the government's offering me UBI if I take a shot every year, if I live in a certain area of my city, and I don't have access to the other city. And of course, forget about traveling because if you're on UBI, you think they're going to give you a passport to go to another country? No.
Right.
No, you're not going to another. Your vacation days are over with.
I'm telling you from now, just to be honest, I'm scared to come back to the United States. I'm not coming back over here. I'm sorry. No way. I'm not coming.
If you come back and visit Lance, you better do it. You better do it this year. You better come back and visit this year.
Especially me. They punched my name in the queue. There he is. He's back in the country. Let's find a way to keep him here. He put me in no daggone solitary confinement. Trump up some charges on me because I done insulted people all over the years with the stuff I say.
They're gonna do you like they did. They're gonna do you like they did my dad. My dad had to be. Now my dad was drafted to Vietnam and didn't go right away, and so they sent some military officers to pick him up. They're gonna do you like that. You gonna be sent somewhere. Hey, hello, are you Lancescurv? Yeah. But why do you men in these uniforms surrounding me? What are y'all?
Exactly. You won't be going back to Ghana. Like, no way. You're not getting me. Shoot.
They're gonna make up a tax that you didn't pay. Well, Lance, we see here you didn't pay the tax when you sold your home, so you're also additional. You're also an additional $17,000.
For real.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah. We have a job for you at McDonald's.
You just worked here for 25 years. You just worked here for 25 years, and let us say you minimum wage, and you'll be free to go back to Ghana. You're like, what?
I'm like, yo, I'm 61. What you talk about? I'm not trying to go back there when I'm 86.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, this stuff is coming upon us, and it's coming fast. And I just had to have a conversation with you about it to see if you kind of heard about anything. But yeah, this is what's happening right now with all this stuff.
And calculators, and nobody, awesome.
So have you tried it out yet? Have you put in a different gear?
Yeah. As soon as we finish, I'm gonna go in there and play with it now and start thinking about the money I made in the '80s and what it would be now, and last year, whatever, same thing. But people need to see that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have it on the site, and I'm going to have a link to it and whatever, so they can go on there and check it out, because they don't believe this stuff. Most people don't even have a concept. They just go by what the money sounds like. oh, I'm making $20 an hour now. That's good. Don't start thinking it's the $20 an hour from the 80s. It's not. It's not. They got you as fooled. You know?
Yeah.
That's like dealing with that's like dealing with the chick that came out of rehab for crack for like 5 years and thinking she's the girl that you like had a crush on in high school at 18. She's different now, man. It's not the same no more. It's devalued. I'm not throwing off on anybody that has gone through that. You know what I mean?
Right.
You better catch her when she gets out of rehab, because when she hits them streets, inflation gonna hit that thing with a few diseases. But anyway, it's the dollar is so devalued. You cannot buy. It's like musical chairs. Isn't that something?
That's why I don't like it when people say, well, back in the day, my mom and dad, my dad made $25,000 a year and he was able to put us through college. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in $25,000. And let's say I'm going to use the year 1973.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on for a second.
Bring it up to the present. It's not the same $25,000. I remember my mother could take $50 and go food shopping. Come up with 2 carts, stuff on the bottom, stuff in bags. Still go to another store.
That is crazy.
Yeah. You go to McDonald's and feed a family for $5, $6.
Okay, I got it. So $25,500 in 1973. They say, if I was able to send them to college and everything. Do you know how much that is in today's money that you would have to make?
Oh, tell me. I'm all ears.
$175,000. You would have to make $175,000 in today's money for it to have the same effect as the $25,500 in 1973.
So the American people are being royally shafted and don't even know it.
How many people?
Let me tell you something.
How many people make $100,000?
Shoot. They fronting too. They don't make no 100,000. And the people, let me tell you something. The people that I do know that make over that, they know they're getting squeezed. They understand that they're getting squeezed. They know it. They may have a little more amenities or whatever, but they know they're being squeezed.
But you're also in a different tax bracket.
And they're getting squeezed, you're getting screwed over more. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you make more, you get taxed more. You're shackled anywhere you go.
I would be able to send my kids to college too if my $25,000 was the same as $175,000. Yeah, I sure would be able to send my kids to college.
Since you have the calculator up, this is what I want you to do. Punch in what 25,500 today would be back at that time in the 70s. You see?
Okay.
So those people who say, "Oh, 25,000, they did this, they did that." Okay, take your 25,000 plus today and see what it is.
Okay, so it's the year 2023. If I was making $25,500 in 2023, and the year is 1970, what year do you want me to put in?
Well, I think you said 73. Whatever.
I put it. Okay. So in 1973, per year, this is per year, not per month.
Right.
$3,715.
Oh man. See?
Today, $3,715 is somebody's monthly salary, which sounds a lot like mine, and I'm still struggling.
Right.
$3,715 is somebody's total monthly salary today, and they still struggling.
They still struggling.
Yeah, $25,500 today is $3,715 in 1973. That's for a whole year.
And folks are still trying to get credit cards, still getting car notes that is just driving them into poverty. They're not worried about health care.
You know your average car note is $1,000 for a new car.
I'm hearing that. I heard that earlier today.
And
also.
you know, and that's not a luxury car. I'm talking about a Honda or a Nissan or a Subaru.
Right.
$1,000.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
That is, yes. That is what, and you know what? Oh, I have some good news to share with you. The vehicle I have will be paid off in 6 months.
Congratulations.
It'll be paid off. And I worked so hard for that.
And continue to ride it and maintain it till the wheels fall off.
And you know what people tell me, well, what you going to do after you pay it off? Keep it.
What?
Yes.
See? They want you
ain't thinking about what car you want next. You ain't thinking about what car you want next. No, I'm not thinking about what car I want next.
Oh, damn.
I'm telling you. I know people like that have a perpetual car payment. They pay off one car, they get another one.
Well, you know what? You want to hear something even funnier? I have had in my lifetime so many different types of vehicles. Pickup trucks, vans, luxury vehicles, subcompacts. The only thing I never owned was a drop top. I always, it wasn't important. But in all my years, and lots of them were used cars. There was at one point when I was just not hustling like illegal, but working a job, had tenants, did side gigs, did electrical stuff, and just did all this stuff. Cars came my way. There was one point I had 4 cars. Let me see if I can remember exactly. One was a Chevy van. One was a Lincoln Town Car. One was an old Mercedes Benz, and the other one was a Volkswagen Jetta 90. Was it 80? No, 81. It was an 81, right? But that's just how it flowed. I wasn't trying to own all those vehicles, right? It's just that's the point, because I bought one really so somebody else can have it. They didn't have the lump sum, so I kept it. The van was to do moving jobs. The Lincoln, I was driving that. And what was the other one? The old Benz my father gave me, and I kept it. Then I sold that because it was too much to maintain. What I'm saying is that I am not caught up now at this age. Like, do you know right now, I do not have a car and I don't miss it. The Trochos, the vans, all I have to do is walk probably 2 minutes down to the road here. And here in Ghana, it is so cheap. It's 15 CDs to go from here many miles down into the city for 15 CDs. Now, mind you, I said that the dollar is picked over here is 13.75. So really, it cost me $1 to go that far. All the markets are there. I hop back on, boom, I'm right back. I am not missing changing the brakes, the tune-ups. I'm not missing the repairs. I'm not right now. I'd rather have a nice house but I'm going to get one. But even when I get one, I am not really even concerned about, I'm not going to get something old, but I may get something slightly used, but it might be they got these little basic little buggy looking pickup trucks. I might just go get one of those and laugh all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
Because you can save for a couple months and knock that off. And it looks corny, but it works and it's brand new. I'm not into all of that no more the way I live right now. You know, I don't want no car note. Now, if I had to have one, and I'm guaranteed to get SSI, I know I am. I already know what I'm going to get to. I done checked it all out. It's going to be something that's very low. And I'm keeping it like I'm keeping my liver and my bladder and my gallbladder and my heart. Yes. Every car you get, you need to treat it like it's your last one. That's the key. That's the key. Now, when I met Mrs. SCURV, she had a 96 Toyota Corolla. And then we got a 2007 Camry. She kept it like it's brand new. She kept a 96 Corolla like it's brand new. And I left, not to get too personal, but I left my vehicle to my ex-wife long before me and Mrs. SCURV got together, right? So I was carless, but the way I was working, I didn't need it. So I took over the 96, driving it around because I just had to get to the bus depot really close. And she drove the newer vehicle. She kept that thing so brand new. And we drove them until the last day we were living in America. And I was driving that 96 Corolla was mechanically perfect. I think it was like well over 500,000 miles on it. Mechanically perfect. So any vehicle I get now, even if I get something, they say, oh man, that's kind of nice. Well, it's going to last me. It's going to last me until death do us part in my mind.
Right.
My intentions.
And if I were you, since you live in the mountains, I would get a truck or SUV. A cheap truck or a cheap SUV.
Exactly. Definitely. It's about the performance and not the style. I'm not looking to get.
Right.
I've had luxury cars. I've had all kind of whatever. I don't need that. I'm utilitarian, and I'm a minimalist right now. I've always been somewhat of a minimalist. I was never one into excess fashion, and if anything, the functionability of a home and the comfort of the home to me is more important. I'll splurge there. And I don't mean unnecessarily like, oh, he has gold chandeliers. No, you'll never see that here. What I'm saying is that, look, I'm a regular guy out in the street, but I want to feel like I'm a king at home. I believe a person's home is their resort. It is your resort. I'm making my home my resort. I should not go to any 5-star resort and feel like, oh my God, this place is so nice. So yeah, it's going to be nice. But if it's something that I don't have at home, and I don't mean a material possession, but the way it feels or whatever, I'm going to incorporate that into my home, which I already did from all the places I haven't been. I said, I want to have it where I have that ache in my heart from the ground up and that I don't want to have to pay for it like they do in America. Matter of fact, I dreamt of a house plan that is so inexpensive and so dope. So if you ever come out here, I'll suggest it to you because I know how you like your privacy and your angles. I made it on, I improved upon what I'm living in now. And I'm like, oh my God, if I ever, what? Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it.
That'll be an offline, that's going to be an offline conversation, but I'm willing to take you up on that.
Yeah. I got you. Wherever you want to go, wherever you just stay or go, whatever. And it will be cost effective so that building costs will not cost that much. But it'll be
and that's all you need in the first place.
Yeah. And if I thought of this, I would have done this a little different. But I'm happy with this. And this plan would be even better if it was a mountain property where you have a view off the mountains. You don't have to be on an edge or anything, but somewhere where it could be fairly flat, but high up, because the living room will go in the back. Right. The balconies, the living room. Oh man, the way I have it set up and the way to come down, there'll be 2 ways to come down from the bedrooms upstairs that are private that nobody will see.
See?
I'm a mad scientist with this stuff.
You have to be. Yep. You have to be because, like I said, here, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like America in some sense. I'm not totally against it, but like,
oh yeah, no, I do too.
I see how it's changed. I see how it's changed even since I was a teenager. And that was the 90s.
Right. And you're gonna see how it changed going into the next decade. Because it's accelerating. That's the sad part. It's accelerating so fast.
I'm telling you, as soon as I get a job that's fully remote, I'm gonna be like deuces. They better hope I don't get a job that's fully remote. You gonna get a phone call. You like, hey, what you doing? I'm at the airport. I need you to come pick me.
Just call me when you get to the airport. You ain't got to tell me. Just okay. And I'll be laughing.
You gonna come pick me up? I'm gonna have my laptop in one hand and one bag in the other hand. I'm like, Lance, I'm a minimalist too. I'm gonna have my laptop in one hand and I'm gonna have my bag in the other hand.
And we're gonna high five and we're gonna bring you back on in and we're gonna begin your journey. That's right. While the credits roll up on America. And the other credits roll up on the beginning of your new journey. That was part one.
Because I'm seeing a lot of YouTube videos. I don't know if you know these other YouTubers. One is Go Black to Africa. And then the other one is
I
called
did it with him on
Residential
my birthday last year. Yeah.
Yeah. I love him. He is such an inspiration. He's a true inspiration.
Yes, indeed.
And I think more and more of us should consider Africa. Because, and no one thinks of Africa at all. No, I'm saying Africa because I don't know what country everybody wants to go to. But no one considers that continent over there at all.
We don't consider it because of propaganda. And the others are coming here in droves and buying up these nice properties. And we're not talking about they're rich or anything like that. They just know the deal, and they're smart. And I mean...
Well, how long... I was going to ask you a question. If you buy land over there, how long can you hold on to it before you have to start building on it?
There's no limit. It's not like America. Yeah. As far as I know in the area I'm in, maybe it's somewhere different, but if you own it, if you buy it, it's yours. Fence it around. Wall it around so nobody plays games with the boundaries of it, if you're not here, whatever. But if you have anybody to look out for it, I mean, if it was here, I'd look out for you. But it ain't hurting nobody to not build on it. Yeah. What you have in America, you don't have here. Like, you know what I'm building, and I can go as high as I want. Nobody from any homeowners association. There's none of that here where I live. And they don't care. Once you buy it, you do what you want. That's why tomorrow, if you're free, I'm going to do a little walk around and show you inside and out.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to bug you.
I'll definitely be free after a certain time. Yeah, I'll be free after a certain time.
Yeah. They do a live walk around.
But like over here, you know what HOAs are over here. HOA, you used to get your home taken and have your house paid for under HOA.
I know. They'll tell you exactly where you can and can't put your outdoor garbage can, what color you can put on the fence, what type of fence, how high the fence is going to be. What's next? What color drawers you wear? Thursday, you're not allowed to wear the purple drawers. We got to give you a violation for that. What kind of prison kind of corralled off? Then if you go on vacation, your grass goes a little too high, they cut it for you and give you a bill. And my God, what kind of infractions do they have?
Some neighborhoods in Raleigh.
Well, you pass gas too much on that particular night, so we had to fine you for that because... no.
Some neighborhoods in Raleigh, they build a neighborhood and like the parking in the garage is in the back of the house. And in the front of the house, you're not allowed to park. They'll put no parking signs up. And, the city will put no parking signs up in the front. You can't park in the front. You got to park in the back. So
you can't even run in for a quick minute? There's no parking whatsoever. They catch you. That's it.
Right. It's a ticket. Or they get, you get towed. But I'm like, why do they make neighborhoods like that?
To keep neighborhoods from being more of a community. They don't want any interaction. You park your car in the front, you wash your car in the front, you get to talk to people. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? No, they don't want that anymore. That's part of the social distancing. That's part of the digital cash. That's part of the wearing the mask. That's part of the AI getting rid of us for jobs. Everything is anti-social. And yet we have social media.
See, when I look at some of your videos and everything, and with you and Mrs. SCURV walking around and y'all walking around through neighborhoods and everything, it's like, and I look at these other YouTubers and their videos from the country they visit in Africa, and it's like, here, I think the United States is one of the only places, besides probably the UK, but the United States mainly, where you can live somewhere and never know your neighbor.
Exactly.
You can live in a neighborhood and never know your neighbor.
I worked on a job for a short time. It wasn't short. It was about 2 years. There was a young lady there that lived around the corner from me for many years. I didn't know it. And we were in the break room together talking. And it was like, wait a second. I saw you get off on the same stop on the train that I did. You live in my neighborhood? I thought it was somewhere far away. We whittled it down right around the corner, and we never got on the bus the same time off the train. We would always go different places or something. We became the best of friends. It was crazy. It's like she went to different schools because her folks paid for Catholic school and stuff like that. I went to public school, right? And I just never saw her because the time was different. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. And we're not encouraged to go off the beaten path. We're not encouraged to take walks through the neighborhood anymore and walk around the corner, the next community over. Well, hey, how you doing? Good morning. Beautiful garden you have. No, that's not acceptable. Mask on your face, vaccinated, antisocial, paranoid, but your face is in the phone all day. And we LOL. We don't laugh anymore. And we're living on nothing. An impotent dollar. Nothing. And we're supposed to be happy with that.
You can't walk around the neighborhood anymore. I was about to say, the reason why you can't because you don't want the police called on you.
Exactly. What are you doing over here? Yeah, I'm taking a walk. You can't take a walk. You have reasonable suspicion to think that you're casing out homes for robberies, for burglaries. Yeah.
Really, like I said, I have my plans. I definitely have my plans, but like I said, it's really gotten. I mean, it's getting really ridiculous. Like with the prices and with jobs and what they want you to do for jobs. It's like I have a lady that works on my job on my team, and I just feel bad for her because they promoted her to a position last year, but they only gave her like a $2,000 raise. And she's doing work from her old job and her new job.
You mean $2,000 for the whole year?
Yes.
That's nothing. That's nothing. 2,000 divided by 52 or 12 or whatever, maybe that's nothing. And then what? The insurance, medical insurance goes up when they give you the raise. So you're just the middleman.
Yes. 2,000 divided by 52 is $38 and some change.
You go to the fast food joint, the hair salon, whatever, $38. What the heck is that? $38.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. $2,000 raise.
And this is a real doozy right here. My old job I used to work at, the old bank I used to work at. When it came time for your raise every year, and let's say that previous year you did a lot of overtime because they needed you to stay and work and blah, blah, blah. So they offered overtime, and they gave you that overtime. So when they're giving you the raise, they're looking at your previous salary too, saying, okay, how much of a percentage are we giving you? They would actually count your overtime that you made that previous year.
And you do another favor.
And if it was over a certain amount, that was calculated into whatever the raise they gave you that following year.
Everything works against you. Everything works against you in this system.
But I would ask them all the time, I said, why are y'all counting that in? Because if you paid me overtime, I technically already worked for that money, that extra money that you gave me. So you already got my labor. But no, they had a set amount that they were going to give you for a raise every year. And if they looked at your salary for the previous year, you made over a certain amount of money. They were like, okay, well, we don't have to give you, let's say they plan on giving you like $3,000 for a raise. And you made overtime last year, and your raise from your overtime from last year cut into your raise by like $1,000. Instead of giving you that $3,000, they're gonna give you $2,000 because you made $1,000 over last year for making overtime.
Oh God! And when you don't want to work the overtime, they don't like you.
So that's how you get stuck at paying. But see, the thing is, that's how you get stuck at certain salaries for so many years. Because I know so many people that are in their 60s, and they still are not making $75,000 a year, and they've been in their company over 20 years.
God.
But then y'all gonna hire somebody new out of college, and y'all gonna start them out at $72,000.
See, that's the bad part. And they're gonna want that original person to train them.
Right.
And they're not gonna get it right, and they're still gonna be coming back to them. But then you're not giving them the money, though.
This, Lance. You know that. You know about the whole salary thing.
Yeah.
You know about the whole salary thing, the thing they try to pull with the salary. And then they'll say, well, you know, when you started 20 years ago, we weren't paying that much money, but now, since we're in this time now, you know, we have to pay according to the cost of living. You're still not paying me according to the cost of living, because if you were, I wouldn't still be at my salary, so pay me according to the cost of living.
Right. Whip that calculator out on them. You go sit down for a raise or an evaluation, whip that calculator out on them. That's right.
Yeah.
Tell them the facts.
Yeah.
Throw it right back in their face. You're working for them for 20 years.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, if you're working for them for 20 years, say, this is what you paid me 20 years ago, and this is the value of it now. So what you're paying me is far less. Pay me at least the equivalent of what I need and what it's worth. They ain't gonna want to, you know, if you making that 25,500 years ago, now it's 175. They'll shoot. They're gonna assassinate that person they killed with that calculator.
Lance, that is 100. I'm serious. That's definitely $175,000 in today's money. When they used to say, you know how they always say, oh, you need to pull yourself up by the bootstrap. We didn't need that much money. I don't know why. I don't know why you can't find an apartment. I don't know why you can't buy a car. I don't know why you keep running out of money. Because the thing is, I keep trying to tell people, you cannot save your way out of inflation, nor can you budget your way out of inflation. Because as the inflation rate keeps going up, the value of your dollar is getting weaker. You're not going to be able to save your way out of that, and you definitely can't budget out of that because you're not bringing in the income to keep the inflation away. You don't have a spending problem. You have an income problem. And a lot of people want to look at it as, oh, you don't know how to budget your money. No, I budget my money very well. I have an income problem.
Wow. They expect you to work magic with this thing. And they know they got their little calculators too. Playing musical chairs. And there's only one butt cheek left. You can't even sit on the seat the whole way. God.
Okay, well, we're gonna look at this jump. I just put in 1990 from 2003. So in 1990, it jumps up because we put in 1975. So 175 was 25,573. Well, in 1993, that 25,000 jumps up to $75,065 in 1990.
Wow. Damn.
That's 17 years.
So this inflation slowly overtakes you.
So what happened between the 70s and 80s? Because I could live good off of 25,000 in the mid 70s. So, but by the time I get by the time I get to 1990, I need $75,000 to live now.
That's half. Slowly but surely, we have to cut back on things, and then the money's not the same, and the value of the groceries are not the same.
That is literally a $50,000 increase, though.
Yeah, but remember, inflation's still coming down on it. Even when you make leeway and break the mold, it's still you're placed on the slippery slope higher on the slope than you are toward the bottom, because it's affecting everybody. You know what I mean? It's like somebody saying, well, as part of your death sentences, you're taking this poison. Do you want the poison that's fast acting, or do you want the poison that takes like 2 months? Still going to kill you.
Right, because my generation and younger, my generation, because see me, I'm like the oldest millennial. I'm the beginning of the millennial generation. So it's my generation and Gen Z. They're saying that we won't have retirement or we won't have like SSI, and which I don't care because I'm not going to make it where I don't need SSI, but still. It's like, what do we do? Because AI is happening in our generation. It's like AI is affecting our high earning years, because they say when you're working, your highest earning years is between like the ages, your early 30s to your late 50s is your high earning years. It's like the years where you earn like the most money that you're ever going to earn in your life. So with this AI coming along, that's affecting our earning power. Because if I get laid off now in my 40s, I'm like already on crucial time now.
Yeah, and it's like you made the leap to go to the other side of retirement, but they pull it from under your legs now. You won't make it. I'm not saying to be negative. I'm just saying that's the way it is for most people. And even the people who made it to retirement, their money's still being diminished. And if the people working to keep them going stop because of AI, they're screwed too. And there are a lot of people who are retired for years. Oh, I don't have to worry about it. Yes, you do. You better concern yourself and cut back.
But these people are still going on trips. Not saying you shouldn't go on a trip. Not saying you shouldn't buy nice things, but be more conscious. Because like I said, I work in banking. I see this every week. I see the line of credits people ask for. I see the credit card limits people ask for. I see people like every week. I see somebody saying like they'll just fill out the application for the loan or the credit card on Monday. Tuesday morning, we already got an email saying, "Hey, can y'all rush this process? This person really needs this money." This is a loan. This is not money. This is a loan, and they want us to rush the process for a loan.
A loan with so much interest.
Yes.
Like they think they're just paying back the exact amount. For what? A memory? Oh, we went on a cruise.
That's right. That's right. But like it's really scary when you think about it, especially with my generation. My generation, we still kind of caught up, for the most part. I'm not saying everybody, but we're still kind of caught up in the I want to look a certain way. I want to have certain things instead of just, like you said, adopting the minimalist lifestyle. But a lot of young people, Lance, are not going to do that because, you at 61, the older you get, it's true, the older you get, the more you don't care. But I wish people would adopt that mentality much earlier in life, like say by the age of 30 maybe, instead of having that by 50. You need to start adopting that by 30. Because it's going to come a time, and I hate to say this, very few people will be able to retire here.
Right.
And in order to retire here, you need to already have money. Like you need old money, like money that was passed down to you money. And most people don't have generational wealth anyway. So.
Generational debt. As far as the mentality, that even if they don't have the wealth, they're not taught how to begin that journey of wealth.
Right.
You have to stop it in your generation to be able to change momentum and pass it on if you have children or anybody that you want to pass it on to. But they have to have the mindset. People have children, well, my children are going to live this way and they're going to have this. If they're thinking worldly, all you work for is going to be blown before you get cold after you transition. Maybe not that fast, but,
And see, and a lot of people want the right now lifestyle. They want everything handed to them. They like the convenience of being able to go somewhere and have my food in 5 and 10 minutes. Like you said, if we go back to the old way, we won't have to worry about being so dependent on the system and having to worry about being in all this debt. But everybody it's that instant gratification. I don't want to wait for my food to grow. I don't want to wait for my food to grow. I want to be able to walk somewhere and get them a few dollars and then have my food handed to me.
Hence the name Instagram. Insta. We want it now. I don't want to lose weight. I'm going to put a filter on to make me lose weight. I don't want to eat right and get rid of these pimples. I'm going to get a filter to do that. I'm going to get lighter. I'm going to put Instagram. Instant. Fitting right along with this generation.
This is why I feel like I'm protected being single, because when you go on these dating apps and these different sites, you could be anybody. And with these apps I just showed you about the companion and everything, you could be, you could look like anything. You could look like the person you could look like the person that you see in your head. I'll say that. You can look like the person you made up in your head.
They do that a lot out here on TikTok. Oh yeah, a lot of especially the young ladies. When you see them, the ones that I know personally, and you see their TikTok, a lot of them look so different from the filters. A lot of them could be chocolate complexion, beautiful complexion, and they're light on their TikTok. They don't look the same. I'm not saying everybody, but they offer filters on TikTok. They offer them. Pick a filter. They have it on Instagram, but it's worse. And the mentality out here is so much worse. I've met people off of social media for legitimate things. And then you still see them and say, wait a second, is this the person? Looking so different. And there's no reason to do that. Everybody, like you said, they want to be that person who they see in their head, not the reflection. And that's a big problem with us, with our overall global sense of low self-esteem. Not that we all have it, but too many of us have it. And instead of, even back to the money, buckling down and becoming wealthy over time, sure-footedly, disciplined, long-suffering, we want it now. So we're going to put the pictures up in front of the expensive cars. We're going to do, and that's good enough. In their mind, that's good to look like the real thing. I always say it, to look like the real thing and not even be the real thing.
I already seen you at the national anthem of broke people.
Yeah. What a song.
You should play you should play a piece of that on one of your shows one day. This is the national anthem of broke people in America, especially in America. That's the anthem.
That captures the mentality.
It's Friday and I'm broke. But you know, even though I'm broke, I'm gonna look like I'm rich. Even though I'm broke, I'm gonna look like I'm rich. And we've been brought up with that. That's been ingrained in us. Okay, you don't have the money to fine. That's how you could, you ever seen somebody that grew up in the projects, but you go to their house in the projects, you're like, how you get all this in your own? You walk in their house, they got a nice little luxury room. They got flat screens and TVs everywhere. They got all this, big, luxury. But you're like, wait a minute, you live in the projects, but I walk in your apartment and it look like this?
And they putting all of that into the wrong thing. All of the baubles and rubies and trinkets, they're putting into the wrong thing. Because now they feel luxurious, but it ain't that way. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. And will always continue to be so. Like I said, that's why if you see me in the street out here, you're like, he just a regular dude. And he ain't even trying. I'm not bummy. I'm clean cut. My clothes are clean, whatever. I'm not going out with all this jewelry and what? No, because I know people up here. They brag, oh, money's no problem. They have money for this. Yeah. And they ain't got nothing. And they trying hard to look a certain way and telling you they got it like that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
They come around to me.
When I come there, I'm gonna be the bummiest person. I'm gonna be clean, but I'm gonna be the bummiest American they've ever seen in their life. I'm like, no, I want to look like I'm bummy. No, I'm doing this on purpose. I know I'm gonna be bummy.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you something. I went one time to the bank, and this was back in the mid-90s, and I was doing a lot of work on my house, so I was off this day, and I scheduled to go to take out some money at the bank. And when I had, long story, my mother transitioned in April of 94, but her aunt who raised her, who was like her mother, because my grandmother and grandfather passed away when my mother was 2 years old. So my grandaunt raised her. She passed away in January of 94, and my mother passed away in April of 94. So everything was done for my mother to receive her part of what she was going to get. But when my mother passed away, then it had to go between me and my brother. So it wasn't $1 million. It wasn't $250,000. I think really it was about maybe altogether about $60,000, $70,000, right? So now I'm fixing up, I'm getting these apartments ready, I'm working, and that money came in handy. So I had contractors coming over with some real, because I was doing everything not fast, but I'm organized and I know how to schedule and let's get this done. It's not going to take no 6 months. Let's get this thing done in 6 weeks. You come on this day, you come on this day, I'm going to pay you for this one. I like to do things efficiently. So when I went to the bank, I believe whatever it was I took out, it was over 10,000. And you know, it's a federal law that I believe it's like 10,000. You can't take anything more. They gotta know why you're taking this amount of money out. And so I had to prove to them, you know, documentation, everything. So they allowed me to take it out. And so why I'm talking about this is because you reminded me when you said, even if you have something, you might be out here looking bummy. Well, I went up there after getting down off the ladder, had paint all over me, a little dust, I was bummy. And it was a bank right by Jamaica Avenue and Merrick Boulevard. And back then, you know, the whole crack thing was still going on. Hey, it was Jamaica Queens, you know, and all kind of things were going on. I am not going to look like $1 million. They would not believe that. I was walking. I didn't drive. I took the van. And I walked past everybody. You know, it's a shopping area, clean and nice, whatever, but people are scoping you out when you come out the bank. They would have never thought that I had damn near $20,000 in my pockets of my pants, $20,000 cash.
What?
I hopped on the van and came on. Yeah. Went through a little hood on the way home where they sell this good old soul food, ate, sat there burping up for 8. Yeah. And you gotta drink. And look, I like to eat clean, but when you go to that joint, you better drink some of that grape soda they got, because that's the best grape soda. So I'm sitting there drinking the grape, and I'm eating the food and looking bummy. People see me. Some people know me. Hey, Lance, what's going on? There's nothing much. I walk past the stick-up kids and everything. They didn't even know. Had that money in my yep. Mm-hmm. Shook hands. Hey, man, what's up, man?
That's how you got to do it, though. That's exactly how you got to do it. You got to be below the radar. You got to fly below the radar. And you see a lot of people, a lot of black people, one of our problems is we don't know how to fly below the radar. We don't know how to fly below the radar. I'm going to tell you something. Years ago, we used to work with this guy years ago. I think it was I was a teenager. This was in the 90s. And Lance, this man, I'm telling you, this man looks like he lives under a bridge. He was like an older white dude. He looked like he lived, like if you looked at you were like, this man homeless. He don't have nowhere to live or nothing. Mine is like him smelling bad and all that. Minus him smelling bad and having bad hygiene. You look at this man, you like, you need some clothes or something. That's what you would say if you looked at this man. He invited us to his house. He invited us to his house for a barbecue, and we looking like, we ain't going to your house. We don't know. You like you got roaches and all this, so we ain't going to your house, man. Ain't nobody. But he kept doing it. He was like, I have barbecues all the time. Y'all come. Like, we ain't coming to your house. Look at you. I ain't coming to your house. And then he drove this old pickup truck. Look, he drove this old pickup truck. We look like, man, ain't nobody coming to your trailer out in the middle of nowhere. One day we finally went to his house. So we go to his house. It's out, of course, it's out in the country. We turn off the main road into like a private road. And so we on this private road, Lance. I'm talking about it's forest on both sides of us. We just on this road, on this private road. And so we rounding the curve. And Lance, we round the curve, and it's like, you know how on TV in the movies where you see the house kind of rise up as you round the curve? That's what his house is. And we're looking like, is this the White House or something? Who house he in? Because this house looked like it was like an estate or something.
Right.
We're looking like, dang, White House, black shutters, nice house. And we drove by past a few nice cars. And so we get to the door, we ring, knock on the door, ring doorbell. And a guy opens the door. This guy has on like a butler suit.
Oh shoot.
And so we here to see something. I'm like, what the house he at now? I'm like, we here to see something. Oh yeah. Right, come this way, come this way. So we walking in the house, we seeing paintings, we seeing the carpet and the wood and everything's all polished up. We come around to the kitchen area and we see the cooks in the kitchen with the white hats on. They in the kitchen cooking. We looking and then we see ahead of us. It's the outside door, so we see a pool. And so we go outside. We like, what in the world? Who house we at? This man comes running up. He's still looking like he live under a bridge. Oh, I'm so glad y'all can make it to my house. It's about time y'all came. We looking like, what? This your house.
I want to be like him.
Lance, I was like 16, 17. From that point on, I never looked at people that looked bummy the same. That right there. From that point on, like, this man had all that, and this man begged us for like a whole year. He was trying to get us to come to his house. Come to my house for a barbecue. We ain't coming to your house.
He's my hero. Because you know what? He's not going to be hassled by the general public. Like, okay, you're in a circle. If I have and you need it, I got you. But what I'm saying is that the superficial fake people out there who, if they saw, oh man, they're going to treat him like a cash cow. And it's going to be unnecessary and not sincere. It'll be people that don't even budget, that don't even have any discipline, and they'll be coming at him. And let me tell you something. Even with stuff that I'm doing now and even in the past that I've had to achieve to get to another level, and sometimes being knocked all the way down and have to start all over again, I've had to exude maximum discipline. People just don't know. And you got to be determined. I remember I had a deadline to fix up one of the apartments, and I was dealing with a mortgage company. Like, listen, if you want to get this money in escrow, you got to have this done by a certain time. Look, they had me by the balls, right? But I was getting that money. And I came home from work at Home Depot and had to walk back. My truck wasn't working. It was blizzard conditions, freezing. And I had the next day off, and I had to go. Everybody I called was not available. And I walked back to Home Depot, which was a couple of miles, and I had to get some 2x4s, a thing of joint compound, and some screws for a TV wall rack that I was putting up. Well, I duct taped them 2x4s up. I think it was about maybe 8 of them that had to go on my shoulder. And I held the joint compound, and every few blocks I had to stop and switch. And it was late. I caught them before they were closing, and there was nobody there who could drop me back. And I walked, the snow started coming down again. I ain't gonna lie, I fell 3 times on the ice with all the stuff.
Oh.
But I got it back home, and that night I stayed up working. There were times when I was gutting out the house to do it all over again, that they had the lath board and the plaster. That's what they used to do things when they built that house way back in the beginning of the century, because heating oil was so cheap. They didn't have to worry about insulation. It's so cheap. Just keep burning oil. So I wanted to rip everything out and put the pink insulation in with the vapor barrier. And I took that one hammer and methodically did that to the whole house. I remember one night I was so tired after digging out the hallway coming down the stairs from the second floor, because there's 3 stories, down to the first, that they had the nails in the lath board and the plaster. There was about a foot of it on the floor. I was so tired. I had my boots on. I had 2 layers of sweats on because it was cold, and I had to open the windows. You know where I went to bed? I went to bed laying down on the plaster with the nails.
Oh, wow.
The nails weren't sticking me hard. I just laid there. I was exhausted. My boogers were soot and fine dust all around my face and eyes, my hands. Look, see, people say, well, now you got it like this, you got it like that. They don't know. And that was decades ago. This is 2024. That was back, what, 1994, 95? 30 years ago? So people don't know that on a karmic level, when you always seem to land on your feet, you did good by people. Yeah, some people may not like you, stepped on some toes, but for the most part, you did good, and you put the work in. So this is why right now, for me, just like you are thinking forward, you're forward thinking. So when you arrive to the point that you want to arrive to, nobody better tell me nothing about, oh yeah, well, she got it like that. She just, no, because you've been thinking this way. And I have come through many obstacles to get to this point. So much to the point that most people would have quit or had a nervous breakdown. I'm still here.
That's right.
I'm still here. And so there's going to have to be that determination. It's not going to be, hey, for some people, it may come quicker. Fine. It may be easier. I have a friend of mine that I grew up with, and his wife and other friends that, they have their wives. They've been doing well. They're living a wonderful life. And it makes me feel so good when I see them on TikTok, and, they're so much in love with each other. They stuck through the thick and thin. And I remember him, not as a diss, like, because I was a little boy. He's a couple years younger than me. And when I was real young, he was much younger. And so to see him come up, it's just amazing. So it can be done, but it was discipline. It was discipline.
That's right.
He had all this stuff in his mind from many years ago. Things he told me. And there was a time when I was down but not out. And he helped me by having me do some work in his house. It got me over the edge. And I'm forever indebted for that. And I give credit where credit's due. You see what I mean? So, this arrogance, this narcissistic thing, this entitlement, this instant gratification, I need it now type stuff, you need to run away from that. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying people. That's going to just make you fail. Because you're feeding something that's unnecessary. It's like feeding a cancer. Why are you feeding the cancer of toxic mentalities? Because that directly correlates with your money. You have to go out and you have to have this jewelry. Women go out and buy outfits and wear it with the tag and bring it back the next Monday just because they want to be seen. What kind of focus is that? That's not a focus on the real things that's going to get you to where you have to go to live a comfortable life. And I'm not rich, but I feel successful to get to this point and be alive and have my health and to be thinking a certain way. And I ain't rich. I ain't wealthy. I ain't rich. But look, in a sense, I am. And dang blang, and I ain't giving up. I will be. Because I'm setting myself up to be that way.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to say this earlier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to say this earlier while we were talking about the retirement age is officially 70.
Did you say 70?
Yes.
So if I was in America, I got 9 more years?
Yes, it's 70.
Excuse me, my French. I had to let that one go. I have to say it again. Shit.
Imagine being 20 years old and you
people
hear
stressed out. They ain't gonna make it to 70.
Imagine being 20 years old right now and somebody told you your retirement age is 70.
You got 50 years to work. That's crazy.
No, but see, not only that. No, because if you're 20, by the time you get to 70, retirement age is not going to be 70 anymore, is my point.
I'm telling you. It'll be all 85. It's 70-something.
I saw a meme on, I think I saw a meme on TikTok was like, in 20 years, the retirement age is going to be like 90. Because they're saying that people are living. They're saying that people are living longer than the government. People are living longer because some people are getting hit to this food thing and trying to eat healthy and do right. And they say once they do that, the government, the government is catching on, and so they're just gonna keep raising the retirement age. But right now it's officially 70. Yeah.
We all ought to be Methuselah and live a couple 100 years. They really mess them up. I
said this with inflation, retirement age, with inflation, no, they're gonna be able to retire. With inflation, exactly. And then you raising the retirement age? Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
And see, that's gonna be bad because companies they starting to push you out when you get a certain age anyway. So how y'all making it to 70 anyway? I don't know anybody on this planet that got a new job over the age of 60. Now it may be some, but it's not too many.
It better be some very unique position, high level, unique position that is rare, and they only gonna use it for a little bit of time. They ain't gonna just. It's got to be something so unique, and what AI can take care of it. Then they ain't gonna get you, unless it's something sensitive, something highly sensitive with the government. And still, AI can, what can't AI do? Whatever AI knows. They're gonna find out. That's the thing. They don't have to pay AI.
Yeah, retirement age is 70 though. I remember when the retirement age was like, 60 or something like that?
Yeah.
This was back when I was a teenager. It was like in the early, it was like 62.
Well, look at like New York City and like some of the civil service jobs and law enforcement where you can work 20 years and get an immediate check. I mean, Social Security is going to take time. That's heaven compared. Imagine going to be a corrections officer at 21 and you leave at 41. And depending on your overtime, you can get a fat pension, real pension with benefits, and they go move to a different country. I know people who've done that, Yeah. But can it be done now? Who knows?
70.
You can get the money, but that's crazy. And the sad part is a lot of people that most people, I don't know what it is, but a lot of folks ain't going to make it to even 70. 60, they ain't going to make it to a lot of them. Look, it hit me today. Let me just say it this way. I don't feel any different. I feel youthful, whatever, but it hit me today. Yo, Lance, your ass is old.
Man, you're not.
No, not me within myself.
Right.
But according to this world and how far I've come, a lot of people ain't gonna come this far. And they're gonna look at me like I am. I mean, most people, when I tell them, they're in shock. When I tell them, like, I don't run around telling them like that or whatever, but if it comes up, because, we start talking about the past. I say, yeah, man, I remember back in the 70s. So you laugh, man. You remember that? Yo, how old are you now, man? Oh, I just turned 61. All I get is, how is it? GTF OH, get the F out of here. I was walking down from the town early in the morning. I had to go to the ATM to pay these guys doing the work. And I saw two of the carpenters that were coming to my house. Hey, I was going to take the van. I saw them. I said, okay, I'll walk down. And so we were just talking about life and everything. And they were asking me, a lot of folks always ask me about America and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, man, when I was in school back in the 60s and 70s, I want to know, how old are you? And I told them, but you are still strong. I said, what am I supposed to? I don't know about being weak. But what I'm saying is that when it hit me, it's not me thinking that within myself, because I see myself as energy, and energy never dies. It changes form. And so one day I will transcend and go on a new level, new journey, new consciousness, and I understand all of that. So I don't even think of it like, I'm coming up on 10 or, whatever. Even my daughter was like, I was on the phone with her, she says, Daddy, I know it. I'm going to say it here first. You're going to make it to 100. I said, well, whatever. We all going to eventually leave it. I'm not focusing. I'm just enjoying the now and doing what I have to do. But what I'm saying is that most people have accepted that this number is what dictates who you are. And I'm not an old dude trying to be young. I am young at heart, and my body is a little older than it used to be. I take care of myself. I pay out a little too much now. I'm like, listen, I ain't got to be so strict. You know what I mean? But I still take care of myself. But the world gets you that way too, because like while we're speaking about numbers, don't also be fooled by it. It's a damn shame that the retirement age is 70 now. But don't let those numbers bother you from within.
I misspoke. Mm-hmm. I misspoke. For you, it's 67. For me, it's 70.
Okay. Oh, because it depends when you were born. But you know what?
I was born in the 80s, so my retirement age, it's 3 years. It's 70 for me.
Right. But you know what?
I'm not. Now, me and you know better. Exactly. You already know.
Yeah. Right. No, but you know what? I ain't waiting. I'm 62 in the year. I'm getting that. I don't care. Or if you work longer, no. You ain't playing that game with me. Give me my check next year. Give me my check.
What would your state of mind be if you were still here working, driving the bus? What would your state of mind be right now, 2024, if you were still here working?
It would be the same as it was for years before. My mind was not there. I was watching my life there like it was a movie that was going to end, not in death, but I'll look back at it like a memory. I was there and I wasn't there. I was very detached while I was doing all the shows and driving the bus and working in the jail. I was watching all of that like I was detached, like I don't belong here. I'm not going to end up here. My reality is elsewhere. This is just money in accumulation. You see what I mean? So if I was back there now, it would be the same thing. And if I had to come back there and some tornado picked me up and put me back there in the same reality, driving the bus, doing everything, I know I got something to work and feed. This house will be even more of a palace. You see what I'm saying? So in my mind, even though I didn't have that yet, that was the plan. That's what gave me peace of mind, even though I visualized, I didn't know exactly where it was going to be. We thought it was going to be Jamaica, and then we decided it was going to be in Ghana. But that wasn't it for me. You see what I mean? Like, that wasn't it for me. So when they told me that I could not get the time off to go to Ghana, they told me, oh, really? Okay. Here's my papers. What are you going to do? Exactly. So that's a fearless move. Not everybody can do that. I would not suggest everybody to do that. But it was so strong in my heart. And I knew, just like the birds fly from the north to the south in the wintertime, there's a calling that I knew. And here I am, looking over the mountains out the window, whatever. Don't let that mentality defeat you. You use America for what you want. Don't let, because see, I'm not saying they're using you. They're trying to, and most people.
Yeah.
But you use them, but don't let them use you. If they think they're using you, you're going to find a way around. They little stupid rules to suck your life and have you corralled, live in some little stackable cubicle on some universal basic income.
I gotta look up these stackable cubicles you're talking about. I gotta look that up.
No, that's what I call them. That's what I call them. No, they don't call them that. There's a word that they call them. Yeah. But yeah, you got to look it up. It's some kind of plan they have that with that universal basic income that comes along with it. That's
because
like
you get this because you won't be able to afford a house at first. Yeah.
Exactly. And of course, they're going to let a bunch of people live in them. So that's going to have to be, it's going to be tiny. It's going to be a little coffin. That's what I call it. It's not going to be a box like that, but, so most people will be content with that because most people will be caught up in their vices. Well, I could drink X amount of, I can fornicate so much up in here, man. We can do a little drugs and get high. Well, they don't care. They're not looking for more.
And then I'm gonna go on my app and see how my companion's doing. So yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some stock and Vaseline for these guys that have their little online companions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it's sad.
But it's Well,
what happened to the emotion? What happened to the human touch? What happened to laughter? What happened to dreaming? Your dreams will be limited. Your aspirations will be cut off, and they're going to tell you what it is. You can't dream high and think unlimited. You don't have the freedom to do what you want to do. You have to live in this area with this amount of income. AI done took over your job. AI done took over your sex life, your love life. Damn.
But
what is these
people are talking about UBI like it's just going to be like the stimulus check where you just do what. I'm like, no, because if they're giving you this money for the rest of your life, the government, especially the U.S. government, there's going to be stipulations with that money. I don't see them just giving you money like that and just letting you just do whatever.
Remember, it's not going to be cash. It's going to be digital.
No,
and
exactly.
Yeah. Right. They're going to allot X amount. They're going to tell you what you can afford. And they're going to allot X amount for this. It's going to be just like when you have WIC. You can only go to the WIC store.
Or Section 8, you're going to live in a certain area of the city.
See?
Now, they might have different choices, but you still going to be in the same area of the city. I mean, yeah.
Of course. And it's not going to be great. It's not going to be all that great. It's not, bare minimum. You're going to be a forced ghetto minimalist, not a free-thinking minimalist who does it by choice because you take joy in being frugal and accumulating.
And don't let them limit your internet because a lot of y'all content creators, y'all going to be hurt by that. They limit their internet. Okay, since you're getting UBI, we're only going to give you 200 hours of internet a week. 200 hours a week, yeah, use them wisely.
See, right. Or if you are a content creator and you got a UBI, if you earn anything online, that's going to go back to the system. They're going to cap you off. You ain't going to earn no more what they give you.
Right, because they're going to say, well, this month, they're going to say, okay, well, this month you earn this online, so that means your check, your installment is only going to be this because we see you got this.
Right.
Because it's going to be digital. It's going to be no such thing as getting paid under the table. That's going to be eliminated.
Unless you barter under the table. That's the only way you can do. Barter. Goods and services, just favors, or I have this. And yeah, that's it. And you're going to have some original to barter. But that's a
scary world to me. That's scary to me. That's scary to me. If I give anybody advice, I'll go as far as to say this. Don't buy no house over here. If you're looking to buy a home, buy some land over there.
Please don't. Right. You're wasting your time.
Please don't buy no house because America.
Or construction.
As soon as you get that money and you say, well, I'm ready to buy a house, buy land somewhere else. Do not buy a house in America because it's no. You're wasting time. You're wasting time.
Wasting time, money, and effort. Mm-hmm.
Because around my age, they'll say, "Well, why haven't you bought a home yet?" Don't worry about why I haven't bought a home yet. I have plans. That's why I haven't bought a home yet. And right now, with the interest rates and what houses are and the money from the bank, it's not worth it.
It's not, especially with the construction. I'm not just saying here in Ghana, but many places in the motherland and many places in the world. Poured concrete for floors. Poured, not just nailed in wood that squeaks and expands, but poured concrete, cinder blocks filled in, solid with steel beams and reinforcement. Ain't going nowhere. You can skip rope on the floor above and the person below don't hear it. Everything is soundproof because it's thick, solid concrete. Punch the wall over here and find out. You do that you do that in America.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I admire the fact that when they build a house over there, they use the best materials and they also take their time. They use the best materials and the stuff is real. It's like not over here where stuff can be fabricated and they tell you it's that, but it's not that. Over there it's like I want a wooden. Over there, you can say, you know what? I want a wooden door, and guess what? Somebody will actually go make you a door, and it'll be made out of the wood you want it out of.
Right. I mean, you can buy them, you can make them, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like there's some doors here, the entrance doors. I didn't realize it, but the Turkish doors, the people in Turkey, they're like really their door game is like off the chain.
Yeah.
And so we have one on one side sunken back and one facing the other way. And it like one's a side door, but it's not a side door. It's like a front entrance, but it's back a little bit around the porch. And on the other side of the porch is another one. I didn't know it, but they're double doors. They're bulletproof. 95% of projectiles that are shot out of it will not come through that door.
Right.
I mean, you can go to the window and get me. It was a steal. The equivalent of what we paid, it had to be.
How much, just for conversation, for some of the materials that they use, how much, could you imagine how much that door would be over here if you're buying it over here?
Oh, shoot. See what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Because when I'm watching these YouTube videos and all I do now is I'll watch on TV, I'll watch these YouTube videos about people building their homes over there. And they'll say, I built it for, let's say they spent $225,000. That house looked like a palace for $225,000.
Solid.
Yes.
Ain't going nowhere. I'll be dirt in this house.
They got their 16-foot gate around it, and the main gate. Oh, some of them are so beautiful. The main gate, some of them are so beautiful.
Custom made. Yeah. Whatever width, whatever height, whatever you want.
But in America,
relatively.
In America, you can't do that because in certain neighborhoods, no, you can't have the wall but this high. No, you can't build your walls out of concrete. It has to be a wooden gate. And they can only be 4 feet high.
Well,
what's the purpose of you having a fence?
And you can't see. And you can't. It's going to be a double width iron, probably 8 feet high, and so many. You know what I mean? Like, I'm up to that point now. So I'm researching these things. So, you do what you want. That's the beauty of it. And when you're in what you created, your heart just aches. Like, this is what I wanted. This is not like, well, we have 5 models here and you pick one. No, I don't want the same as the other people in the subdivision. No. I'm very happy with, the layout and the way, right out of my head, both of us, I'm the artist, so I put pen to paper and I know what she wanted, but not to put out too much, but just I'm happy. I'm very happy. Every part that I'm in is its own world. It's not like, well, it's just the same. Every part is, I forget about the other parts. I get so caught up in the layout and the niceness of each part. It's its own world. If you put me in house arrest here for 3 years, I'll laugh at you.
Right, because once you get everything up and the wall is up and your garden's thriving and you're just on your property, like I told you last time, I said, Lance, you probably won't leave your house for a good 2 or 3 months, and they probably gonna wonder, do they still stay over there? I don't never see nobody leave. Are they still over there?
Yeah, and that, not to put out too much information, but that part is completed next week. This time next week is completely done. Like I said, I won't say much, but I'll have to give you a little walkthrough tomorrow. But yeah. I'm at peace. I'm happy.
Of course.
There's more to do now. Don't get me wrong. A lot more to do with the icing on the cake. But when I'm here, I just walk around. Upstairs, downstairs, front, back, just walk around, sit in different places. I got a little.
And it's amazing. And it's amazing because you're like, when I was in America, this was all in my head, and to see it it actually and touch the wall, that got to be a good feeling because that was all in your head at some point in time.
Yes, and see me being the quack that I am, when people weren't believing me, I wasn't saying like you all got to do the same thing I do. I was just saying, hey, just watch out for these factors. And I was speaking about the inflation and the crashing of the dollar. Even if it didn't just abruptly crash, it's a free fall, but it's a soft crash that people don't realize. And so I said, I'm working and I'm like seeing some people live where they come and visit and do what they want to do. Look, I can then, if I want to, just travel off of very little money. Right? Like if everything is paid for and taken care of, the concept is not having a big overhead. Not getting in the trap.
And then you can start doing Lancescurv, and then you can do a live show and say, yes, this is Lancescurv. I'm coming to you live from Malaysia. You're like, Malaysia? When you go to Malaysia? I'm in Malaysia now.
Exactly. And how much would it cost to go and, I got to ask the boss for time off. And from where I am, all these other countries are not that far.
No, it's because you get a flight to like Thailand and Malaysia, places like that, will cost you probably less than $100 for a flight.
Yeah. But from the United States is way over all these other countries.
Yeah, God, yeah.
So that all of that was factored in. All of that, there was so much that was factored in, and I'm not going to say it was easy. You got to plan and think and evaluate, and there's still things that, because I don't want to, how can I put it? These next 10 years will be so accelerated with joyous endeavors, and to maintain peace of mind, being a minimalist, I'm not going to incur any crazy that's trying to prove anything to anybody. I just want to travel light and live clean and out of the system and be able to move any way I want to move. Like I said, somebody may say, oh, we need a guy for graphics and for 3 weeks over here in Germany, we're going to pay you great money. Can you come in 2 days? Because they may need, I'll be there. Pay me. I'll be there. And I'll visit and I go, it may be Singapore, clean place. I want to check it out one day.
Right.
To have the time and be in position and there's so many possibilities. Business-wise here, everything. It will be a private resort. Yeah. It'll be a resort. I don't want to, I want to go here and to this hotel or this resort. No, I'll go to a resort. It'll be nice. It's okay. I won't need to. I want the look. I want the feel. And it's not going to cost this great amount of money that it would in America, where you can't do certain. See, they don't want you really having pride in your home. It's just a financial transaction in America now. It used to be where people had pride and all of this stuff, and they try to now, but it's too much. You can't do it and be done. Even if you say I'm taking 3 or 4 or 5 years and it's paid for. Nobody pays for their house anymore. If they do, they're too old.
Is there anything? Is there any such thing as taxes over there? Like, you know how I know how no things are over there like it is over here, but there's no property taxes, right?
Yeah, there are taxes, but it's like minuscule. I think here it's like $40 a year, where I am.
So is it, do they tax you on the land and the house, or is it just the land?
Just the land, but the house dictates. If I paint the house, then I start paying taxes. I don't have to pay anything right now.
Oh, okay. So it depends on how nice the house is for them to tax you. But it's probably still nowhere near. It's still. Well, actually, you know, I'm not mad at taxes on the land because the country, the city has to make their money somehow. So that's fine. That's fine. They have to make their money. Yeah.
Right, but see, here's the thing. There's nothing up here. So there's not like this free garbage pickup, and you got to do that yourself. Either you burn your stuff or you pay to have somebody come and get your stuff. And other than that, there's nothing up there. We're way up in the mountains. So, you know, what are they taxing us for?
Right.
That's just the way it is. And really and truly, the locals that may be here, they're not, and I mean the locals that were born and raised here, they see this place as something different. See, I was speaking to somebody else the other day, and it was funny because I was saying to them that those of us who come from America in the West, we're the white people gentrifying this place. Right. You see what I mean? Like, because you have people who may not make a lot of money because the skill set may be low, and there may not be the opportunities way up in the mountains. So a lot of them are living basic. And then you come now, you bring this American money, you sell your house, you get a little pension, and you build this 3-story thing, and you put a wall. You don't need walls before the way folks live in here. Why you putting a wall up? Why you building this? Why you got floodlights? We're the white people now, moving in. We looking at them and they looking at us like, what the hell wrong with y'all? And then you go into town, people see you. Like today, you know, I got off of the van. I went up in the town circle, which is 20 minutes away from here. Like, it's a village. It's not even town. It's a village. And people who are vendors and they sell things, they get to know you. The cab drivers get to know you. I don't have a car. I could walk down. I didn't feel like walking down. I wanted to just come home quick. And to take the cab from there is 20 CDs. Well, guess what? If it's $1 for 13.75 CDs, I'm basically paying $1.50 to come down. So it's like, I didn't feel like walking 20 minutes. I'm like, here, and I gave him extra 5 CDs, right? Because I had to make a stop. Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. I'm not making fun of it, but the money's jacked up out here. So
yeah.
When he says, "Oh, are you ready?" I say, "Yeah." Did I have to tell him where to go? He never took me before, but he knows where I live because they all know. Like, oh, that's where. I guess that's where the white people live. He took me right to my driveway opening and dropped me off. I think he took me before though, but it's like, you know. He said, "Oh, you're going to make the usual stop," because they all know when you go. Because you know, you walk by, they say, "Oh yeah, I know where he lives." And every time he takes the cab, he'll give you extra if you make the extra stop, whatever. See what I'm saying? So, yeah, but we have become a white gentrifying people here, without the Starbucks and the little white blonde with the poodle. Because you see, as beautiful as it is up here, poverty looks different to people. They don't see the beauty. They know it's beautiful. But they want to see New York City. They want to see Miami. They want to see Los Angeles.
Yeah, they don't need to see all that. I mean, I ain't never been to Miami or Los Angeles, and guess what? I don't care to go. I really don't.
Look, I tell them the same thing, and you ain't gonna get that out their head. I'm like, do you see the air? Look, I walked out today, and I walked the opposite way down that dark road, but it was the daytime. That I had to walk all those miles when the van took me too far. And the views, even I had to be reminded. I may just walk it down. I'm gonna show you the place where I may just walk out and walk down there and show you how high we really are. It was breathtaking. Because we're facing
America,
the inside of
your house would be, Lance, your house now in America would be like $3-4 million with those views. At least $3-4 million.
No doubt. Because right now, I'm looking out the bedroom window onto the other side of the hill that's on top of the mountain. So I don't have the view going out over miles and miles and miles. I got to walk 2 minutes down to the road and look over. So I call this the bowl. There's another town on the other side. It goes down and comes up, and you see the cars. And it's just, but the views are fabulous. It's breathtaking. When I go to the master bedroom and look out, it's breathtaking. You ain't gonna get no view like this in America unless you pay. Like, okay, the house alone in the hood would be so much. But if you put it somewhere scenic like this, there's no way I could afford this.
No,
with the balcony and the way it's laid out.
Even if you had the money for the house, your tax is gonna be like about $100,000 a year.
Hell yeah. Not even that. It might be that. It might be like $15-20 a month. Yeah. Negro, you ain't gonna have this and have that. The amenities I put in here, no, hell no, they ain't gonna allow me to have that. That nigger's not gonna live up here better than us. Did you hear him? $40 for taxes a year. Shit. They mad now. Look. I'm not coming to America. They ain't getting me. They ain't getting me. They gonna be
waiting. Look, you know how when you come off the plane and you go down that little tunnel and then you come, they're gonna be waiting for you right when you come out.
They're gonna be waiting with the cuffs out without even a reason to cuff, but they're gonna think something up. Oh, nah. They ain't getting me. Oh no. I'd be a fool right now.
Don't, Lance, don't.
I can't. No.
You ain't lose nothing. You didn't lose nothing over here. There's nothing to come back to. I mean, I am so serious. And those people over there, I don't know why they think that about America. Tell them they are in the best place ever. You do not. I bet you if they came over here, they wouldn't last a year. They will go. Yeah. They'll run back up. They will run back over the. They would last
6 weeks, 6 weeks to 2 months. Because
especially when you figure out when they figure out they can't just walk up to people and be friendly. Hello, you ain't doing that over here.
Yeah, I told the young lady that one time. She said, "Oh,
you better mind your business. What you looking at?"
That's right. There's one young lady. Now, you know, a lot of the young ladies out here that are out in the country, especially, they're working and physical and they're in good shape and stuff. Right. And I was on the van with one and she was saying, "Oh, you're from America. I want to come there." I said, "You might want to research a little more." She says, "Oh, no. And, you know, I know what my looks," and she was saying it humble. "Now, I know what my looks the men are going to. I'm going to meet a rich man." And so I said, "Listen, with your looks, you might find yourself with a short mini skirt in the red light district making money for somebody else, get beat if you don't give it up." I was being funny about that, but, you know, it's not even that harsh. But what I'm saying is that they just think sometimes that they can just come over and money's falling off of trees. It doesn't work that way.
If they do the process of getting a job in America, especially a corporate job in America, do you know that process of getting a job in America? Mm-hmm. Especially for people that look like us? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And then see, here's the thing, the cultural differences. How many here, and I'm going to be very honest about it, how many here approach time? If you're supposed to be somewhere at 9 o'clock, you better be there earlier. You can't stroll in at 10:15 with a smile on your face and go, "Oh, sorry, I'm a little late." The time here, the way they honor time is really terrible. The way, look, I've had guys that like, "Okay, I'm going to come there tomorrow to finish this work and whatever." They come 2 days later. "Oh, how are you?" "What do you mean, how am I? I was waiting for you 2 days ago. I had things to do." "Oh, sorry." Ain't no sorry nothing.
And that's why most of them wouldn't have no job in America, because America does not forgiving. In America, if you need to be somewhere at 9, you gotta be there at 8:30. You gotta be there at 8:30.
Shoot. Imagine me driving that bus and having to be somewhere and cars are cutting in front of you and what? And people will call on you in a heartbeat. You better be a stickler for time. And so even though my time is free now, I do not waste it. Before my feet hit the ground, I'm like, okay, today I want to get this accomplished. But it's done in a leisurely way because that's just the way I am. The days I used to do bodybuilding and watch how I eat, I'm very regimented that way. My father caused me to be very disciplined. He didn't force it on me. It's the way my household was that way. Goal-oriented, well, what are we going to get done? Earn your sleep. Like, to me, I got a lot done today. I can sleep deep because I got it done. And tomorrow is going to be an easy day for me, and I'm still going to set myself up good for the week, because when the week comes, work again starts. So I'm looking forward to that. But what I'm saying is that they look at things different here. And that's not going to fly in America, especially now, since things are even tougher now, especially in the more populated areas. And it's not going to be money for. I said, you see all this sunlight you got here year round? This is the equator. Go to New York City and think you're going to pull that. You're going to be depressed. Not getting no sunlight, wearing heavy clothes in the wintertime, bungled up on the train or the bus. You ain't going to get off the plane and roll into a Lexus. You're going to have to go there and you better have somebody over there you can live with. You better not go to get some inexpensive apartment and end up in somebody's hood. And they going to know you an outsider. You leave out, they break into your place, and where you paying, it's going to be a lot of money for nothing. Rats and roaches, hookers and drug dealers, and druggies. I'm not trying to paint a bad picture, but they think through social media, you're going to ease right on into this luxury spot. Now, there are different places that you can go in the country that are not severe like that. But since they're going for the money.
But see, they're going to want to live in a city, though. So they're not going to live in the country. They're going to want to live in the city, because that's what they see on social media. But they don't know the price of living in the city.
Their face glows. One day, I'm going to take the camera near the mall. There's an overpass, and I'll pitch it and ask people a question. And I'm going to get answers, too, because without them, I'm not just going to ask them. I'm going to dangle like 5 CDs and say, hey, you want to answer this question for 5 minutes? 5 CDs is what, like about 40 cents or something, 30, 40 cents. So, right. How do you feel about America? Do you want to go to America? What do you think America's like? That's all I asked them. And you watch the answers. The face changes. If I could send you to America now for a year, everything paid for, would you take it? And what do you think it'll be like? Oh, America, I always wanted to go to America. Oh, America, I know I'm going to have a nice car. I'm going to live in a nice place. Okay, you can get those things, but okay, all right. And again, I'm not being negative. It's just that they don't know the full range. They don't know the full range. There are some who've gone and become successful. Granted. But what many think it is from the common man's viewpoint, I've spoken to locals who have not lived anywhere else in the world or even in Ghana. Nowhere else. But they'll tell you about America. But they don't like a crowd.
I should go to the mall here and ask 10 Americans if I could pay you a year, if I could pay you to move out of America, every last one of them be like, I'll start packing today.
Seriously. And you know what the funny thing? 10 years ago, they may not have said that.
Right.
More and more people are waking up.
I'm talking about now. I know some people, right, including me. If I had a free ticket, they were like, pick anywhere you want to live after. Okay, I want to live in Mumfie, Ghana, and this is the person's name, and I'm packing right now. Matter of fact, I ain't going to pack. I'm going to leave all this stuff in this apartment. Just give me my money in my bank account. I'll leave tonight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because see, we already know we were born and raised here. We already know what this country's going to do. We already know what the retirement is going to be like. We already know what the job market is like. We already know how hard it is to make money here, and it's very hard to make money here.
And they're very unaware about the racism.
Yes.
Many of them feel white people are so nice.
No,
the white
not.
people. What? It's like many people that I knew in Jamaica who worked in the hotel industry, hospitality. A couple of people I knew, and they just moved up. And we had these deep discussions still way back then. And they were like, oh, I don't understand how there's some black people here who hate the white people because the white people that come down to the resort, they treat us so nice because, number one, they're in a different country. You're in a subservient position.
Yeah.
They have no reason to act. Half the guys are trying to get the black behind anyway. But you come back and you work for them and their companies alongside with them and see how you get treated. Once you look past the Colgate smile, and you'll see different. And they're not going to come at somebody fresh from another country as hard because those people take more. And when they feel the sting of this thing called racism, they get into a mindset of like, no, it couldn't be that. They are nice white people. I'm not saying everybody's going to act evil towards you. But when they finally realize, like, wait a second. And you can tell a brother or sister, one of us melanated from another country, when it finally hits them, they walking around stupid for like 2 or 3 days. It's like, what's up, brother?
Yeah.
When they get that feeling, and it's like something new to them. It's like, listen, this is what we've been dealing with all along. That's why they will promote the native-born African or one who is from the Caribbean who doesn't know, who's just happy and glad to be there because they don't know the tricks. But those of us who born and raised, they ain't going to promote us as fast. They'll promote the Nigerian, the Ghanaian over, and he's going to do everything just the way they want because, see, I've been working here for a year and a half and I am supervisor. See, you could have done it, but you've been here 15. No, they're going to gas them up until they realize when they get their nigga wake-up call. You see what I mean? That's how they do it. I can go deep on that one. But the view here and in the abundance, I've said this before, when you buy, look, they're going to try to implement somewhat of a credit system here. It's not going to happen overnight. And they do have it for people who work government jobs or who have lots of collateral. It's
That's
okay.
But
the common man cannot. The common man here, 95% of the people here are not going to walk up to a bank with a little lump sum of money and say, I want that car. And they're going to give it to them on credit. No. People here, when you see them with the cars, half the time they had to pay for it, cash, save up, and it's not the best. Or when you see the brand new shiny car, they either paid for it with cash because they got money like that, or they got some kind of government job that can project what they make, and they still have to put something down, and it ain't going to be something that they're going to drive a Lexus or a Benz with. You see what I mean?
Right.
So that's why, when you see somebody with a car, oh my God, they must have money. So now they watch the social media and the TV and the movies, and they see little 22, 23-year-olds driving out with nice cars, not realizing that 9 times out of 10, they got it where they have to pay a note. And the car's not paid for. So they think they're driving it. Money's so good you can drive a new car? No, you don't pay for that new car. The repo man is coming for your backside. Understand? So they don't understand that. And then when I tell them, I still want to go to I just visit. Yeah, it's not the same when you visit. You touch a hot stove.
You got to have a lot of money visiting. You need to have a lot of money visiting. When they see our prices, they're going to pass out.
They're going to pass out. Like I said, if you're in the kitchen and tell somebody, hey, watch out, the stove is hot. You touch it real quick, yeah, it's warm. It ain't really hot. Put your hand and let it stay there. See, they don't understand that part of it. They're not going to enjoy it the way they enjoy certain things here. If they would only show a little unity, get some land. Do you know how many people live up in the mountains and they're renting? You mean
Are
you
you
can't, even
serious?
if you, oh yeah, most are, most are, most are.
My
And
goodness.
some
I can see
subpar
renting over
conditions
here.
too.
Over here, they make it impossible for you to buy something. So I see you renting over here. Over there, no.
Right.
Y'all got too many resources.
There's so
You
much
don't have
land
resources
here.
over here not to rent.
You
No.
would think, and I'm being very honest, it's a conversation that many people don't put public, but I'm saying it. You would think even if they made less, and I understand the economy is really, really bad for the common man that's unskilled, man and woman, right? But if 2 or 3 of y'all who drove cabs took 2 or 3 years or 4 years, whatever, and put money down and got some land, and all of this construction going on with all of this inexpensive material, build something basic, and all four y'all lay up in the end, use the one toilet,
Right.
do what you gotta do for 2 years, and build and build and buy and build and build, and you will have something of your own.
Right.
But that concept is not there. And that comes from, to me, the whole colonialism, religion. Like, we're not good enough to have that stuff. But when the
Right.
Lebanese, the Turkish, the UK white folks come here, it's like they bow down to them, but they will give a different look to a melanated person who comes and does the same thing. They look at you like, how did you do this? You know, why are you coming? But when it's the others that look like others, oh, how are you? Yes, you're doing good. I'm so happy for you. Praise Jesus. Yeah. And they ain't gonna try to rip them off. Oh, look, in construction here, they'll rip you off. You get good prices. You get good work when you have a person do good work, but there's ways they siphon money from you. They'll say, okay, what do we need this week? Oh, we need 50 bags of concrete. Okay, 50 bags of concrete. We need so much steel for the wall to go in, and we need the stone and another thing of sand. Okay, here's the money for it, which is something you'd never do. I've done it, but you never do it. Okay, you give them the money for it. They tell you the price of what it's going to be at the supply place, and the guy at the supply place is telling you a higher price. So now you pay the higher price, and then they split it. So they get money from you. 9 times out of 10, that's what they do. This is what's happened to me recently. You go to get the 50 bags of concrete, and they they are going to bring the 20 tomorrow. There was so much delivery, they didn't have enough. Oh, okay, tomorrow, because you ain't going to use but 15 today. And the next day come, and the next day come, and the next day come. And there's no 20 bags. But you supposed to forget. Oh, we're going to need more concrete. Okay, here's money for more concrete. But you don't say to yourself, what happened to the 20 bags? They pocketed that money and only got 30, hoping you'd forget.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Wow. And then over here, they can't do that. But what they do over here is they make your house out of cheap material. So if even a strong thunderstorm comes, you know, there goes that.
That's a fact. There's all kind of ways. And see, it's such, they'll do it on such a low level. It might be 5 bags of concrete. It might be this or that. But it'll be on such a low level, it usually goes over your head because you ain't thinking that low. You ain't thinking that petty. Or no, it can't be. And you completely forget. See? That's sad, but true.
So if they can't do it with you over there, yeah.
They'll be good and do good work and stuff like that. Then, I can't come tomorrow. I got to go to church. Praise the Lord. And rip you off. But because, see, the mentality, I'm not saying people are evil, but the mentality is that we got it over here so bad with the money. And the belief is anybody from America that comes over here to move, you got money. You got money. You see, because imagine most in America now are living with the thought of not ever having a pension. Well, imagine.
And paycheck, you live paycheck to paycheck. You hear that song?
But they don't realize that.
Paycheck. Yes.
Yeah, paycheck to paycheck with no pension in sight. So imagine you working for what you eat and ain't got nothing to do with the future. See, when I first came, I was guilty of thinking the opposite way. Like, man, these folks here, they're ambitious. These folks here, look at them at the red light, walking with the stuff on their head, selling to the cars and the vans, and they out here all day. And look at the women, they're carrying the child on the back, and they're selling stuff. Look at the guys out here doing construction. Look at them hustling. Man, if they went to America, they would do so good, until you realize they ain't got no choice. The government does nothing for them. There's no welfare. There's no health care that anybody can have. There's no food stamps. You don't earn it, you don't eat. So this is why I'm not going to say many people are not sincere, but it's part of the game to smile and be friendly with you, because you're temporarily the way out. Because you come from a place where there's so much money. You come from a place where there's so much abundance that even though we claim to be Christian and upright, it's not a crime to rip you off. They don't consciously think that, but I have figured it out. So they're not going to stab you. They're not going to put a gun to your head. They're not going to pickpocket you. They're going to charge the hell out of you, way over what the price really is. This is why you got to have a Ghanaian friends or a friend or somebody who's like, listen, this is the deal. They're going to sell me this, or we're going to go shopping today. I need to save a couple of 100 CDs, if not a couple of 1,000. I'm going to show you what I want. I'm going to give you the money and you buy it for me. At the end of the day, I'm going to give you X amount that you have for your pocket, because it's not going to hurt me, because I would have saved so much money.
Right.
And they'll do that for you.
Right.
I know dudes for that. I know women for that. Depending on what it is I want to buy or go into town, they'll go in there. If I go in there, shoot, they'll get me. Even with a smile on their face and a picture of the white Jesus on the wall. Because it's in their mind, I can afford it. Dude working here the other day told me, we were having a certain discussion. He was asking me about America, and I was telling him I wasn't just being negative. I was just being realistic. Yeah. And I said, many here think that we have money, like lots of money. Yes, it is no lie. All Abroni have money, because they call us Abroni. All Abroni have money. I mean, they angered me so much. I didn't tell them my exact specific business or anything, but I had to break it down to them. I'm like, are you serious? You need to go to America and live and see what it's like. Just because I may walk down a street that's, I might go into Midtown Manhattan and Rockefeller Center or Times Square, and you think because you see all that around you? Or people might even work in places where they're around stars and lights, and you think that's going into their pocket the same way. They got to leave out of there and pinch pennies. They might be able to get a garbage bag full of catered food to bring home that they didn't eat. You know what I mean? Or a broken lamp that came from some office. Oh, you can take it. And you go put some glue, epoxy on it and fix it up and whatever. But you're not partaking in that.
I work at a bank, Lance. I work at a bank, and I have the combination to the safe, and I have the combination to the door where the safe is. And it's, it's 2024, so we don't have cash in there. They got bank checks. This bank got trillions of dollars. I have access to that trillions of dollars through those checks that they keep in the safe. I know the combination to the safe, and I know the combination to the door. I have access to that money, yes, but none of that money is going in my pocket.
It can't. And if it does, you better get a good lawyer. Better have some real money.
Yeah.
Right. Very sensitive position.
And see, they don't even know that the average American has less than $1,000 in their savings.
That's right. If that much.
Yeah. See, I think they need to leave. They need to live here for at least a year. I'm talking about come here, have to look for a job, go through the whole thing for a year, and then when they go back, they'll understand.
Yeah. See, the ones who have traveled understand. They are different. And the locals who have not traveled, they treat them different.
I seen that video you sent me of that guy. He was like, what y'all think of America? It was like this dude, because I think he lives here now. I forgot what country he was from. He was like, in America, you try to make extra money, they're going to raise the price. You make $5,000 a month, it's going to cost you $6,500 a month. You start making $7,000 a month, it's going to be $9,000 a month for you to live. He was like, y'all think by coming to America, y'all make all this money, but what you don't understand is why you making all this money, you paying out all that money just to live.
Exactly, just to tread water.
You come to America and you think, oh, I'm gonna make $5,000 a month. Okay, it's gonna take $3,500 a month for you to live. How about that?
You'll be trapped. You'll be singing the Akon song. I'm locked up, can't get, won't let me out.
You live with $1,500 a month, and don't have no kids and no family, because that $1,500 gonna be ate up.
Don't have no kids. That's right. That's what I tell the brothers who want to go out there. I said they're gonna see you as a hard-working so-and-so, and they're gonna, give you a little comfort at night. You better be careful when you stick your thing, because then you're gonna be locked down with child support, which you should take care of your children. But don't be so foolish. To be impressed. Oh, American woman, yes. Okay. Oh, God, they just don't know.
Yeah, you make $5,000 a month. Okay, let's say we talk to a guy there and they say, oh, I'm gonna make $5,000. Okay, you make $5,000 a month. Your rent or mortgage is gonna be half of that. So subtract $2,500 right now. Your rent or mortgage is gonna be half of that.
Exactly.
And so now what you got utilities, you got food, and so our food is much higher than y'all.
That's right.
Our food is much higher than y'all. When you go to the grocery store, if it's just you might be okay. But let's say you got a family, that's a good $500-$600. That's a good $500-$600. So let's say it's $600. You already down to $1,800.
You got transportation.
Okay. Oh no. Your car note. Let's say your car. What's the average car note? $700. Okay, subtract $700. You already down to $1,100.
Hell, even if it was just $500, maintenance and everything. Shoot.
Yeah, you're already down to $1,100. And so let's say you got utilities. Utilities for a house, it's like to range you $600 or $700. You already down to $500. All you did was pay bills, and you down to $500 out of $5,000. I want to see how long you think America is great when you got $500 every month to work with.
For the month, that's $125 a week.
30.
All kind of ways of being tempted to spend that little bit of $125. And break that down in 5 days. We're gonna let you not do nothing for 2 days. $25 a day. You're gonna see something out there that you want to buy on an impulse.
And
you're not going to want to watch a movie. You're not going to want to go to a restaurant. You're going to get seduced by them commercials. How about that?
And that $125 a week, you're going to need to get gas for your car. So subtract at least $50 from that $125 because you didn't keep gas in your car from the job that you got to go to every day. Yeah. They don't want to come here.
Spend to get there.
They don't want to come here. They do not want to come here. And another thing, they have real food. We don't have real food over here. Y'all got real food over there.
Real food. I'm talking about some real food.
That's right. Oh, over here, you got to search high and low for a farmer's market or nature or some kind of organic food.
And you got to pay high.
You got to search high and low for it. Yep. Yeah. You gonna go there and buy a cantaloupe. Cantaloupe gonna be like $6. You know, why is cantaloupe $6? What?
Oh my God. $6? And multiply the $6 by 13. Let's just say 10. Right? 60 CDs. Well, you can get fruit for like so cheap. So cheap. How much is a mango? Oh, 5 CDs. What? And see, the fruits over there, the bugs don't want because it's fake, it's GMO.
Right.
You can tell out here. You pick your fruits when it's ripe, and immediately the bugs will just start flying around it. You want the bugs to be flying around it because it's telling you that it's real. They had a meme, well, not a meme, but a photo of 2 ears of corn. One was GMO, the other one was real, and they had it sticking up somehow, face up. Corn. Animals came and ate the real one down, and some took a bite out of it, and they left it alone. The GMO.
They did the same thing with they did the same thing with McDonald's food. They left it somewhere for 30 days and came back, and it looked the same way it did the day they bought it.
You're embalming yourself. But see, the thing here that is not good, a lot of the locals don't get into planting their own stuff. That's what shocked me. Like stuff grows. See, in the U.S., and some people
can't do that in the U.S. You gotta have all kind of permits and all this crap.
But a lot of the locals prefer just to buy stuff. A lot of them will not cultivate. You have farmers and farming here, granted, but they're not gonna. A lot of locals. I'm like, that is so stupid. But they want it from you though when they see it. Another thing. The diet is starch heavy here. Very heavy in starch.
That's not good.
No, but they're not health conscious here like that. You know, they look good because it's hot. They're moving around. They do a lot physically. But a lot of them are not health conscious.
They eat a lot of potatoes, rice, and bread, and stuff like that.
Yam.
Okay.
Sava and just, you know, the meat, the heavy meat, and just, you know, okay, you look on a normal plate on different dishes, very few vegetables. You have some vegetables, but what many prefer locally, what they'll buy is meat and starch. Meat and starch. That's another thing that a lot of the locals, they'll eat that way. They prefer, you know, you ain't gonna see too many people who are plant-based out here. You're not gonna see it. Plant-based, and the cuisine is not as diverse. Like, okay, you'll see the videos put up the top 10 Ghanaian dishes. Out of the top 10, there's really 3 or 4 that people will focus on eating every day. Yeah. Very limited.
Oh wow!
Like if you go up to the town nearby me. Those who are selling on the street, they had a little stand set up, or even in the restaurants, they got to have the jollof rice every day. Every day, they love the jollof rice. Seasoned a certain way.
I like jollof rice too. I get that over here too. We got people that's Nigerian that works in a restaurant over here, and where I live.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's good, but I know I can't eat it every day like that. No.
Yeah. The kenke and the banku and jollof rice and this and that and nah. And you know, folks will get insulted. The first thing they ask you, have you had Ghanaian food? And you got to have an answer because they're gonna make sure you eat it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. And I'm like, right? So I'll tell them, I say, listen, I have a rare condition where I'm really allergic to starches because there's a lot of starch in the food. They said, no, you just have to get used to it. I'm going to, and then if you like hot food, then you're good because what you may call hot as an American is mild to them. Hot. If you go to a restaurant and you look many of them in the eye and say, listen, I do not want any spice. I don't want anything hot, nothing hot, no extra, plain, nothing. They bring it to you hot. Except that hot is not the hot that they think is hot. So they don't think it's hot, but it's hot for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the vegan pizza that you normally get? How is that?
Oh, it's good, but it's still not the same as the vegan pizzas in America, to be honest. Still not the same. But they do have a spot that's off the beaten path that I'm not driving, so it take a little way to get to. It's good. But when they try to on their own emulate American dishes, you can tell the difference. Now, there's some places.
So what do they try to emulate? What American dishes do they try to emulate?
Everything, because in the tourist areas, they know that Americans and Western people, they may try the local cuisine, but they really still want to have their hamburgers, their French fries, their fried chicken done American way. See what I mean? The pizza done American way. Everything of the, because folks, they're not going to embrace everything like that. They may wear a dashiki, but shoot, they want some McDonald's. That's what you got. They may wear the Ankh, but they're going for that KFC, finger licking good.
Right.
GMO KFC too. But yeah, so they have to. Like when you go into like Osu, really nice area, they have a lot of restaurants and it's Oxford Street actually, and they have clubs there. It's 24 hours. Like if we were to go there right now, like for me, it was the stroke of midnight. So things are just getting started. 2:00 is popping. People, just like anywhere else in the United States, you'll be like, man, this is like the U.S. Cars all packed up, clubs, mini skirts, breasts, muscular dudes, people young dressed up, older dressed up, expensive cars, prostitutes on one corner, 2 or 3 corners, just everything happening. Dudes begging. You're like, man, this is just like me.
I would stand out like a sore thumb. I'll be in there with a long dress on. I don't play that short crap.
No. They still have people. They still have people that are decently dressed. What I'm saying is that you'll see a lot of the Western elements.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? You'll see a lot. You'll see like, whoa, like okay, because different areas. It's like if you come and you roll through some of like the common areas that are like kind of boring. Like if you're looking for excitement, you're like, eh. If you don't go to the right places, you're like, hey, it depends on what a person's looking for when they come here. It's so spread out. Like where I live, nothing. Like at night, nothing. No noise, no nothing. Country. Mountains. I love it because I feel like Bruce Wayne.
But that is the best way to be. That's the best way to be because in America, you know what I hear in this apartment sometimes? I live next to a freeway. Cars. It's tonight, like the sun is setting now. It is. What time is it here? The sun just went down. It is 8:02 here. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna hear about around 9-10 o'clock. I'm gonna hear cars racing. I'm gonna hear motorcycles racing. I might hear an ambulance. I might hear a police siren. I might hear somebody bumping their music in the parking lot. Like that. That's the crap I hear on the weekend.
Wow. Yeah. Not up here. Shoot. Dead quiet. Crickets right now.
I give anything to hear crickets right about now. I'm just tired of hearing humans. I am.
Straight crickets. Lots of them too. Right now, shoot. If I hold the phone out to the window, you'll hear him now.
I have a coworker who's an older white man. He's an older white man, and last month he took off 3 weeks to go to Japan. Mm-hmm. And then the year before, he went to Kenya. He did the safari in Kenya. He told me, he was like, I'm gonna tell you this. He's in his mid to late 50s. He told me this. He said, I see where this place is going, and if you don't have to be here to retire, please don't be here. This coming from a white man. He said, anytime you want to travel outside the country, please do it. Please do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And those who don't have no idea.
Right.
I would be so, my biggest thing, and I'll make a little noise here because I'm crack the screen. Yeah.
You're fine.
My biggest thing is that I wish I would have known these differences. Now, of course, granted, when I was younger and into the New York City, and never the drugs or crime, but just the excitement of exploring and human nature. It was really a human nature thing for me to be so compacted with so many different people, and I'm learning these entities. That's why I got the stories I have. I wouldn't be me without it. But the thing is, like, I wish I would have learned of this way of living earlier. You know what I mean? And get off the wheel earlier. Even though I knew about it, it had to increase the fire on my behind for me to really act and really see it. And the internet helped me to see that also, you know?
Yeah.
Helped me out a whole lot. So I can't complain.
Have you thought about this? Had you been thinking about this in the 90s and your 20s? Would you have left earlier? Would you have left before the year 2000?
If I put it this way, if I can go back at 61 years old and have a long conversation with myself at 21, I may not have gone right away, but if it was me talking to me, and I know me, and I would talk to the young me, I wouldn't see 30 in that place. I'd see America so different. I see America so different, yes, you know, and I'm going to be honest. Yes, I met a Mrs. SCURV and everything, yes. But let's say she didn't exist, and she didn't exist then at that point in my life. I would have came out here and got a wife. Not putting her down, because she has all the attributes of a woman who can deal in the Western world, but doesn't have to have it. So I'm not putting down my American sisters, because there are a lot of my American sisters like yourself who you know the Western way, but you don't want no part of it. What I'm saying is that I'm not turning to a passport, brother, but what I'm saying is that the Western mentality does take something away from you. And there are a lot of jacked up Ghanaian, African, no matter what the country, there's a lot of them that's messed up. They ain't never been over there because they want it so damn bad. But I would not say to find someone here, whoever, whether it's from America, Caribbean, or Africa, don't have that thing in you as, I think the Western world is the epitome. And I mean, because I grew up there and I thought, there was a time I tell you straight to your face, I ain't never leaving New York City. I'm a New Yorker. I'm never leaving. That wasn't too long now. You know what I mean? Because I was absorbing, I was born in that atmosphere. So it's going to take time to wean out of it. But I can't say that I would want to not ever be there from young, because I wouldn't know what I know now. I'm too damn sharp. Yeah. I know human nature real good, and I still can get fooled. You see what I mean? So, yeah. So it's not a matter of a woman has to be from here, because you got some women out here who lazy, materialistic, and they want that Western lifestyle that they think exists on Instagram. You see what I mean? So, you don't want that just because they're African. That don't make it right. Born African. Look. I have a friend of mine who, he's much younger than me. He's probably about half my age. Maybe a little more, maybe 35, 34, maybe like 32, I think so. And we know each other in Orlando. He's come to the house and whatever. And he's like, Lance, man, seeing you and how you are now. He didn't know me before when I was younger, but just seeing how you got it now, man. I want to just come out there, man. I just don't have anything accumulated as a source of income, to hold me down. So I'm working on that now. I got a little time, and I school them on certain things. Like, you may have a little time, but the system may not have enough time for you. So do your stuff right. But it's just what he said, because a lot of women, he's a very nice guy, treats women with respect. If he's with somebody, he's with somebody. He's not like got this one and got three more. You know, he's a really, he has no reason to lie. We have a man-to-man talks and stuff like that. And he's on the up and up, but he's been hurt, cheated on, used, money taken from him, everything that you could think of. And so now he's at this point right now. He's not damning American women or women from the West. It's just that his experiences in the West have been, you know, really bad. So he's like, Lance, man, I want to come out there. I'm not even going to look for no women in the city. He said, I want to go out way in the country, like hundreds of miles into the country, where they got some mud huts. They do have mud huts out there. Like some of them, not all. You got some not too far from here. I can show you. But I want to go to a place where they walk around their titties out and they out in the field getting the food together and they got them dope bodies and not just that, they loyal as hell. See, I've learned here, even there was an article I read from this Ghanaian who traveled to America, lived there for a couple of years. He was still in his 20s, and he came back because he was loyal to his Ghanaian women. And what he found and discovered was they weren't loyal. They were materialistic. And I'm not saying all. You got some good ones here from what I could see. Yeah. But many of them got that look in their eye. If I go into town like I did earlier today by myself, they can low-key flirt in a way, but a lot of them, I'm a brony. I'm a millionaire. They're going to try to get money out of me. That's a fact. Because it's survival. I understand that. But social media has turned them into stone-cold vipers. They will smile. And I talk with women. I talk with men. I ain't no homo. I talk with women. I'm not no womanizer. I talk with everybody. I'm at that age where I can enjoy what they think sometime, because here, there's no age limit. You'll have an 18-year-old girl make herself available to, I'm 61. I don't care if you're 68. You got money in your pocket. I'm not calling them prostitutes. It's an exchange. It's arrangement. So the guy who wrote the article about finding true love in Ghana, he said he couldn't stay in Accra or Kumasi, the second biggest city, which is about a five-hour drive from here. He said he would have to go out into the country. The same assessment that my friend who was born and raised American, I agreed with him. I said, you can find them here, but it's an arrangement. It's a whole thing, because of the desperation of the economy. Because when you really look at it, the money they make is next to nothing. Let me tell you something. Security guards here in America make more than the police do here. Security guards. Yeah. Well, you don't need no certification. Just take a little written test and do a background test. Here's your little cheap badge, your cheap shirt. Don't fit, pants don't fit. Just walk around. You know, you can't do nothing anyway. Right. Yeah. I had a cop try to, hey, brother, you think you can help me out? What you need? Help you lift something or something? Yeah, right there in Medina Market. He was smiling. He was trying to pass over. I could smell it. He was dead serious. Dead serious. And if you hand a cop money, they'll take it. They ain't gonna not take it, because that's the unwritten rule here. The unwritten rule here, you work in the, I forgot what you call it here, but the tag agency, any official government, whatever, and you a brony especially, you hand somebody something, they take it. It's not like, oh, no, I can't do this for my job. They might watch me. It's expected. Now, if you're setting up to continuously rip people off, and a lot of licenses out here that weren't earned, okay, they weren't, or you didn't take no road test for it. Oh, wow. You know, now the thing is, if you do have a valid American active current driver's license and they see it and they take your license and they communicate back with the states, and if it's legit, they will give you a license here. So it's not like, oh, you know, because that proves that you know how to drive, whatever, you ain't gonna have no problem. But there are people who will falsify, and they busted a lot of people there. Corruption is a norm here. But money, money, any kind of way, they'll do it. But you're not going to find a lot of young men going to come to the city and think, oh yeah, I'm going to meet a nice, and they're very friendly and nice, and don't think they're stupid. They know how to dress. They know how to seduce and do it so softly, not like somebody coming at you hard. And from what I observe, you know, very nice, because I've gone out with guys that I know that have come here to visit, and come on, man, I'm like, oh man, you know, I don't really want to go out there, whatever, because they're going to be coming at me. I'm not even, you know, where's that going to go? So, yeah, I've seen it. And they stone cold vipers. And that's the thing here too. Like, yeah. I've had guys that have low key, just like hit on women, just like taking a chance. They never get a refusal. They're gonna get that number up. They want to see what you're all about. Now, if you got money, they're gonna go with you. Yeah, look, you got dudes. I know we're not talking about money right now, but I'm having fun.
Dudes do that to women that come out there, like American women?
Oh, you mean okay. This how what I'm saying is that you have some now. I'm spilling the tea on this. You have some men who will see you as an American man, Western man, UK, whatever. Hey, my brother, are you lonely? What you mean? You know, I always play dumb. I got to hear it. Are you lonely? No. What you talking about? Do you want woman? Say, no, I'm not in the market for that, man. No, I can get you a good woman. You know, she can take care of you and do everything. Then they're gonna do the hand motions, you know, performing certain acts. Say, no. And you know what? That might be their wife.
Yep. See,
their wife.
No.
I'm not saying everybody. It's very common. And so dudes that I've known have gone with these women, give them a little money, had sex with them, and find out that the dude who hooked it up was the husband. Like, that's an arrangement. Even today in the supermarket.
I wonder if it goes the other way. I wonder if they do that, the women do that for their husband.
Or will they just prostitute for the husband, you mean? Or get the husband hooked up with a woman? It goes either way.
With a foreigner.
Foreigners are money. And they will do what they have to do. I'm not saying this is a nation of prostitutes. I am not saying there are a lot of decent people here. But some will go so far, some will go further, some will go a little bit. I have yet to discover in my observances that somebody they're not going to refuse something. Even if you want to touch a titty, they're going to whip that titty out. I'm just being funny. What I'm saying is that. Wait a second, ain't you the first lady of the church? Listen, go ahead, touch the titty, and you make sure to give me 50 CD. Praise the Lord. God is good.
Horrible.
Counting that money and shoving it down in that bosom. I mean,
I'm
not saying a whole nation, whatever, but you could be on the trotro in the back counting your money. Everybody turn around looking at you. It's money, but when I have it, it's more special because maybe I got millions. And if there's anybody that's going to hear this that's Ghanaian or whatever, I am not putting down a whole nation, but I will get the treatment that many Ghanaian men here don't get unless they travel abroad and they're known to have money. I was a bus driver and a correction officer, y'all. Come on now. Come on. And while that's good money there, it wasn't no rich money. I had to hustle, work, and be a minimalist and not spend much. And take the scrapings from over there and get over here, and I'm still doing. So, you know, it's not easy. But you can't tell them that. Because like I said, there's no government help here. And there's no child support. These dudes romance these girls up and spray up in them, and they're gone. And the women, they're expected to take care of the child. That's part of the cultural norm. The guys will talk, but at the end of the day, you're supposed to take care of them. And the pressure here is different. If you have 4 and 5 children, by the time you're 23 or 24 and there's no man around in America, you'll get labeled. If you get to 30 and have no children, it's a big no-no. Why don't you have children? It's not about, oh, I didn't have them because I can't take care of them. No, the pressure that you won't hear Something's wrong with you if you don't have a bunch of kids by the time you're 25. At least 3 or 4. It depends on the region.
They definitely gonna think something wrong with me. How old are you again? Are you a witch? Are you a witch? No, I'm not a witch. I'm not.
And again, it depends on the region, because if you're living in the city and you're born and raised in the city areas type, and you're expected to go to college and get a career, they're not going to look down on you that bad. But the old country mentality, which the country people still may be living in the city looking for work, it's like the old way, which is still very much active. They're looking at you funny. Looking at you funny if you don't have. And the guys, I'm not saying all the men, but a lot of the guys, when it's just a teen sex or whatever, and sex is not an issue out here. Sex is not an issue out here from what I see. Like, it's a biological function that feels good and people do it. And it's not the same dynamics. Like, well, if he want to get with me, he better take me to this restaurant. He better wine me and dine me. He better do this. He better do that. Yeah. Like some of them who are on that Western mentality thing, that's what they want to get. They see me. Okay, let's make like I'm single. I go downtown right now. I got my pick. Not because I'm rich, because they think I'm rich. See? But I'm going to have to spend, and I have whatever I want. 2 or 3 of them if I want. And they won't care because they're all going to get these shot at some money. Because at the least, what they expect is me to wine them and dine them, because that's an escape. See, they're going to get you to spend money. And a lot of them going to make you spend money and try not to give up the goods. But if you the real thing and they see you are, the goods are no problem. The goods are on credit. The potential to take me out and wine and dine me here, that's nothing. But for people, I'm not going to say unskilled, the ones who may not have the education, the skills, whatever, it's not the same thing. So you have different classes here, different mentalities and different classes here. And don't think religion's going to hold that back. Let me tell you something. They could be coming right out to church and see, okay, I never sold drugs, but I'm going to use this analogy. If I was one who sold drugs and I don't do it no more, I can still walk down the street and see who's looking to cop, who's looking to get drugs. I don't sell it no more. Now, I'm not saying I ever did, never did, but the mindset of a drug dealer who sold on the street, he still got them abilities. The dude who was a pimp who sees a girl that he could easily manipulate, he got them abilities. I'm not a pimp, never was. I had 2 or 3 girls when I was younger try to make me one. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that with you. So I see things. Oh, yeah, I don't think I ever really told that story. When I was 19 years old, when I was in that picture, when I was all head of the muscles, one girl, come on, daddy, let's go to Las Vegas. And, I know you're going to take good care of me. Why would I be coming out there? You making the money. I'm taking care of you. I can't do that to no woman. That was, it's crazy. That's a whole other story. But what I'm saying is that it's an exchange. It's an arrangement. That's a foregone conclusion. You have money, you take me out. This is why you go down to Osu on Oxford Street right now. You'll see some old ass white men with some shapely badass, and I'm saying it the street way. Like on my Instagram, I was in this restaurant eating a veggie burger, and this old decrepit white man walked up with this shapely chocolate sister, little mini skirt, shapely legs. And I got him on the video. I kind of turned the camera. I had my phone. I said, I got to catch this. I think I was live. Yeah, I was live. And I turned around and faced him for a second. And you saw it. It's just on my Instagram. It may not be the last one, but it's one of them there. In the still shot, you see a black woman, shapely legs. Wasn't a super mini skirt, but she was extremely shapely. And this man ain't gonna be alive 5 years from now. Put it that way. He might have had a Viagra, this TRT, hormone replacement, whatever. Even if he couldn't get it up, he gonna get down. You know what I mean? It was so obvious, and you see that. A lot of these women, they're like, a lot of them gave up. They keep themselves up, but it's like, it's rough out here. So I gotta find me a man who could do something for me. And a lot of them will have a boyfriend that they're with, that they go out and they get their money and they, get a little sugar daddy. They have multiple sugar daddies. That's crazy. Some when they in town, I'm his. Subtle. And they'll turn around and go to church on a Sunday morning. Yeah.
Well, church going to church don't really don't mean nothing. So yeah.
So I know. That's you find the biggest freaks anyway.
Yes, of course. That is crazy how it is out there when it comes to meeting people and people trying to date. I would never come out there and try and think that I could just get a husband because I'm going to have all kind of no.
I'll say it this way. In church, you'll find the biggest freaks. I'll say it in my Paul Mooney voice. And don't you know, I know. Growing up, yes, that was the place to be. Even if you had no interest in getting the service, by the time the night was coming, you will be serviced. Trust me.
Yes, yeah, of course. That is crazy. See, I still can't get over the story you told me about the old white women out there, how they be. I'm like, why would they mess with them like that just for money?
The old white women, I don't care how wrinkly you could look like Aunt May off of Spider-Man. Man, these dudes gonna go crazy because now you a white woman. That mean, and you in a black country, they don't care what you look like. You could have you could have more wrinkles on your face than an old homeless lady's wrinkled vagina, and they don't care. Trust me. What? They will tongue them down. They'll walk arm in arm with them, and then what? I was in a restaurant one time, and there was this young dude. He couldn't have been no more than 17 years old, and this white woman was about 45. Oh yes, a child. Oh yeah. And I know that mama was waiting home for that money for him to bring back too. Because that happens a lot here too. You get a lot of underage girls, a lot of underage guys that are out here. You go out to Labate Beach, I've seen it.
That white woman, she's a predator. No, I can't say the M word because we recorded, but she's a predator.
Yeah, of course. It's bad in the Gambia. It's real bad with the, what do they call them? Holiday makers, the dudes. And the white women go there for that. They go there for that, and it's epidemic. It's epidemic.
And they probably got they probably got grandsons, those men, those little boys. No,
Yes. And I mean, you got the guys in the 20s and 30s, whatnot, but they want that early 20s, whatever. And a lot of these women, 60, they don't know what the age of 60 was. They done passed it so long ago. 40s, 50s, 60s. And sometimes they come down in groups. That's even better because look, in 2019, when I first came down here and we walked down by Labate Beach, a bunch of us were walking. I was in the back. I was on the phone. I was always yapping on the phone. I still had the camera going. There were 4 older white ladies. You ever see that cheap horror movie named They Live? I think it was They Live. And they had this old white monster lady coming out the ground out of some dungeon or something. Her legs were swollen and liver spots. And I mean, this woman was ugly. There were 4 women. There were 4 old white women sitting over there. And when I walked by, they gave me the young boy treatment. They didn't know how old I was. They turned around. The one lady turned around, and the way, look, not because I'm all that, but it was something about me. She wanted me. She gave me a look, and she was looking like the female version of Herman Munster. She looked like Fred Gwynn, the actor who played her, looked just like him, staring me down. And then I straightened up. I said, I don't want to see the rest of this. Look.
They were probably 80-something years old.
I can't be shocked.
They're probably 80-something years old. They're probably 70, 80-something years old.
Oh, no, she was well past 70. Well, 4 of them. 4 of them. 4 of them. Put it this way. You add up all their ages, it was over 300 years. Over 300 years. 170, 178, all something 70, 70, all humping around 75. 75, 70, times 4 is 300. Yeah, combined age of 300 years old. They wanted to dump that stuff on me. And they had bathing suits with the bellies out. Oh my God. Cottage cheese for days, just all the, what? They wanted to get me up in that room and splatter cottage cheese all over me. Oh my God. That's when it hit me that it was real.
You know why they were there? Their husbands have been long dead. You know, their husbands died years ago.
Exactly. Either long dead up in a hotel room, half asleep, because they do that out here. Then you got the dudes, the men who come out with their wives. They're not, you have the ones that are looking for girls, women, and you have the ones who are looking for boys. And me and Miss SCURV were by the beach one time at Labadi Beach, and this older white man was walking with a young black boy. That was the guy was and I say boy because he was a boy. He's taller than me. Couldn't have been no more than 15 years old, but he had to be younger. You know how when boys start to get the hormones in them
like that,
and their
that baby face type, yeah.
Yeah, not only the baby face, but the legs are long, the torso still short.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like a young colt turning into a horse. This kid looked me in the face and he put his face down, like out of guilt. I didn't pick up that this white man was with him. And the white man was walking behind him, like 2 feet behind him, and looked at me because I looked at the kid. I wasn't looking at the kid like I wanted to, he was possessive over him. And gave me a look and let me know. I said, look at that. That's what it was. Can I prove it? No, but I knew it. I knew it. And Labadi Beach is known for the pickups. It's known for the pickups. I mean, that's a little dirty, but a lot of people there right now see that beach every night. That's where tourists go and all kind of stuff. Now, they're beautiful beaches miles and miles away off the beaten path. A lot of coastline here. But for the action, they got the restaurants, clubs in nearby. Osu is not too far. You can go there and hang out all night. And dudes will be there, women will be there, and a lot of prostitutes are there. A lot of prostitutes. You go down to Osu at the clubs, and you got 2 or 3 streets where you have lots of prostitutes. I'm talking, it's obviously standing on the corner with the shortest skirts, the biggest cleavage, the biggest lipstick, you know it. But nobody bothers them. They're peaceful, they're quiet. But then you see the Indian men, the white men. You don't really see black men going after them. But you see all these other races because they're there on some convention or so, whatever. And after, if they don't make any money, they will walk down the half a block or the block to where the clubs are. And go in the club and sit down like they're a regular person. Like, I'm a girl just in here in the club, want to meet a guy, but they're going to get drinks out of them. They're going to try to entice them. I've been. Oh yeah, I'm like the roving reporter. I go around and I will continue to do so. Yeah. And I've seen this. And a lot of guys will leave with them because, I got lucky. You didn't get lucky. She's selling her stuff. And before she leaves with you, you're going to buy her some drinks. She's going to get tipsy, but she's in control. You're going to get drinks. Oh man, look at her. Ooh, look how she dressed. She might fondle you by the bar a little bit, get you going. And then she's going to cry how she don't have her rent money and get you that way. And you're going to pay for a hotel not realizing you in an interaction with a prostitute. And they weren't getting it on the street. Not all of them. They will get it on the street, whatever, but it's not the turnover. The more you have, they might stand up there for an hour or two before. But those guys who are in that tourist area, they are going to pay. Not the club hoppers so much. The older dudes who are up in the hotel. That's why the prostitutes out there, they come out from early, 7:30, 8. And you're like, oh, okay, this is what you have out here. Because if not, you're going to go up in your hotel room and you're going to stay there. I'm going to go to sleep and wake up early. You see what I mean? I peeped the game. I studied this place. Trust me. But that's not everywhere. That's just in that area. And it may be in other areas that I don't know.
How are you that old? how are you that old and still feel the need to be in a nightlife? Me, when I get in my 70s, land, and you and Mrs. Scurv, y'all gonna be in y'all 90s. I ain't gonna be thinking about no nightlife. I'm not gonna be thinking about no nightlife. I'm not thinking about the nightlife now, so I can only imagine how I'm feeling when I'm 70.
Right.
Like how? I'm gonna be on my compound with my wall built, and I'm just gonna be content. I'm gonna be thinking, oh, you know what? I think I'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I think I'll really be up at 5.
Exactly. Well, look. Now, these days, the guys don't come back to do work until Monday, so I have free days of free flow. I usually now get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. If I sleep till 4:30, I overslept. And I made myself stay in the bed until 7:30 this morning. I was awake. I was just laying there. I'm not getting up. Went up to go pee, came back. Because the night before, it was choppy sleep for me. And I'm going to sleep late for me, which I may wake up at 8. That's late for me.
Right.
Look, I'm up after the sun goes down, and I'm up before the sun comes up. I never thought I could have it that way. I always wanted to be that way. But being in the stimulation of America, even after leaving New York City, shoot, I would really never, the shows I would do and be up till daybreak for me. Like when I was out here, when I first came out here, when I was down in the crowd, I couldn't sleep. The little bit of noise and stuff like that, because it's the city, but I was on the fringe. I wasn't in where it's super, super busy, like around the Medina area or Crowd Mall, but it was still busy enough because there's shops downstairs. I can go down there and talk to the people in the shops that own the shops. I still talk to the people frequently down there. There's my little neighborhood down there. Hey, how you doing? Whatever. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, you want to buy? Somebody wants to sell this, sell that. Or if I go down there, I'll get off on the Churchill, maybe go stand around for 2 hours and talk over there to the different people that I know. You know what I mean? So I'm cool that way. They know I moved up. They may not know where, but that's so cool. And they check on me too. You all right? Everything all right? I haven't heard from you. You do a video in 2 days because they follow all that too. But for me, going down into these is more like a social experiment because it's the same as anywhere else, but to see it done here and how they do things. That's the New York in me. I got to see how things are going on. So even me at this age, I have no interest. Like once you know it, you know it. Like right now, this is what? Saturday night. I couldn't wait to get home. I went down into a crowd today and I left around 2:30, maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30. And I stayed longer than what I thought I was going to be. I went and got something to eat. I had to go to the ATM. I walked around. There's a couple of vendors in the Medina area. And that's the common man's market. I'm always down there because there's so many different things that when I start driving, I'm going to show y'all so many different things. But I stay on the path of the transportation. So it's kind of boring. I know the other places, but I kind of stick to that. And when I'm down there, I'm like, I want to go back home. And 2 of the guys had a fight on the van. Like 2 different van guys had a fight. And one tried to jump the line and they were fighting. I got to edit it up. It was dark, but I put it on videotape. And they don't punch. They get each other's face. And they were, and at one point the guy smacked the other guy. And it kind of like, and people jumped in this, it was very intense. I was like, and I'm sitting here discreetly acting like I'm talking into my phone. I'm steady videotaping. So nobody will think I'm videotaping. Oh, wow. I'm like, yeah. I'm going to call you later on when I get in, whatever. And they got a little too close. I'm like, no, they smacked me. I'm going to have to jump in there. I have to have somebody hold this camera and show everybody I still got some kind of skills. Shoot.
Right.
But no.
My goodness.
Once the saturation point for me comes quick, like I'm good where I am. Like I said, I feel like, not that I'm a millionaire, but I feel like millionaire Bruce Wayne, who lives up he has the Bat Cave downstairs. Like I got my little podcast thing downstairs, and it's the same looking dirt road that comes to the road. He turns into Batman and goes into Gotham City. It's the same thing with me. This is the Bat Cave. And it's quiet. And it's my little compound. And when I choose to go down into the city, I do it. But you deal with the spirits. I'm not saying they're evil. A lot of envy here too. It could be. I understand that. But I get my fill of it too fast. And a lot of times I say, okay, I want to go here and see this or keep my camera. And, I like to do that. I like to show people what's around since I'm already out here. But I kind of had my fill of it. And I'm a target too. You know, I'm not saying like somebody's going to stick me up or whatever. That can happen too. But just the hustle. And the women swarm me. Again, because I'm an older guy. They can see I'm not 20. And I'm a brony. I'm from America. And I have lots of money no matter how much I dress down. And that's annoying, you know, because I talk with everybody, but I let them know, listen, I'm not out here for that. You know, I'm talking with you not because I'm looking for anything, whatever. And then, are you sure I can still be your friend? Thinking like I'm going to change my mind later on that night. Well, she did look kind of good. You know, and because my number, my numbers are out there online and people spot me and my number's out there. Like even tonight, some girl she called me 3 times. Lance, how you doing, Lance? And hung up. Girls giggling in the back. These weren't the little kids either. I'm like, look at that. Because, you know, my numbers are out there. So you just never know what's coming at you. And then, well, I don't know if you read the article about the TikTok whores, cyber whores or something like some title I made. Yeah. TikTok is like here in Ghana and many parts of Africa. I'm not putting people down. Doesn't mean everybody. But people looking for the whole stroll, TikTok is the whole stroll. Because there's a lot of interactions going on. And look, you see a lot of the girls out here in the middle of the land. They get on TikTok, they're dancing. They're always going to turn around and show their butt. And wiggle it. And then the dudes are like in the direct message DMs, hey, ma, how you doing? But same way. And they see my profile. They see all the videos and welcome to the mind of Lancescurv. Oh my God, this guy's, he was on Dr. Drew. He was on TV. What?
Yeah.
I'll take another one. I don't know if I told you this one before. Miss SCURV know all this stuff too. Cause I tell her. There was a waitress. There's a waitress that at one of the restaurants at the Oyarifa Mall, a couple blocks away from the old apartment that we lived in before we moved here to the house. She knew both of us. We're both cool with her. We would give her little tips and stuff like that. And one day, Mrs. SCURV standing there. Oh, Mr. Lance or whatever. Do you know any extra work I can do? Whatever. Very sincere, good vibe. I said, no, not really, because I'm new here. And if I find anything, give me a call. I gave one of my cards, right? I give my cards to everybody. Not to everybody, but Mrs. SCURV sees me talking to men, women, or whatever. Like I'm going to interview her. I'm going to interview him. Or, we need to, we're going to connect on this level, that level. That's the way I am. You got to remove all of that. I talk to everybody. It's not like, look, she got a nice butt, so why you give her the card? It ain't for that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So, we'd see her. I'd see her. Like Miss SCURV might say, hey, you go pick the food up. You gonna go or eat there? I'm going to sleep with it. Whatever. And I'd see her, tip her the same way. She might come by and talk. Innocent. I have relationships with lots of people here like that. Right? So somehow, some way, I won't say the timeline, but she found out that Miss SCURV went to America. Miss SCURV, when her father passed away and back and forth here and there, but we keep that on the low. And all of a sudden she calls me. And I'm on everything. I make platforms, Snapchat, Instagram, whatever's out. I put my name, Lancescurv, and I don't even go on these things lots of time. Now, yeah, the major ones, but not. I hate Snapchat, but I'm on there for the people who may know me there. I can't stand it. It's like makes no sense. People go, you're into social media. No, don't mean I love all of it. So to make a long story short, I'm sitting here like I don't really even scroll through everything. I always check my email. I always check certain things. And Snap popped up. So that's okay. I'm here. I was laying in the bed. I checked it out. Boop. Now on X, which used to be Twitter, on a lot of even Instagram, you'll see a lot of the twerking and the thongs and stuff like that. Well, this one wasn't just something in general. This was from somebody that was on my list, which there's 1 million people. They want to be friends with you. Click, I let them on because I'm not on this thing. So they sent me some photos. I didn't know. I forgot what her name. I think it was. I almost slipped and get it. But there's 1 million girls I know here with that same name. Anyway, I opened it And it was her, the waitress. And the thong, the bending over in the bed, look, I knew her better than her gynecologist knows her. In those 8 photos and videos that she sent me. I was in shock because it was her. Right? I was like, so she knew. She found out that at that particular time, Mrs. SCURV left the country. So she'd say, hey, boo, I'm trying to leave the country to go work in Dubai, and I need to get up some money fast. And I trust you. So I just want to let you know, if you have 3,000 CDs, I will come and spend 4 days and nights with you, and you can do whatever you want with me. Because I see the way you look at me. I'm like, what way was I looking at her? I have a very intense gaze. And sometimes I'm thinking about things. Look, when I walk down the street, sometimes I look very angry because I'm very intense. The way I'm like, how was I looking at her? I was Miss SCURV. What do you think? Miss SCURV's a lesbian because she's looking at you too? It's not like that. But I'm like I say, I'm friendly with people and they take it like the wrong way. So I have to be very careful. But here, when you friendly and they think you got money. And so I never said anything. So I got a Snapchat and I told her that, see, on Snapchat, once they send you the thing, you can't screenshot it. You can't save it if they don't want you to save it. So it's a one deal look. You can keep playing it over and over. Once you shut it down, you ain't going to see it no more.
Right.
But what she didn't understand, I took my GoPro and played it and recorded it from the GoPro. You see my hand hold the phone, but you see it's her. Not because I want to keep it, but I was like, yo, check this out. I sent it to her. I said, Miss SCURV, check this out. Oh my God, that's the waitress. I said, yeah, see how they all over here? She ain't get mad because that's the way it is. So because I didn't answer her.
I am so tired of these. I know Miss SCURV, like, I am so tired of these people.
No, she tired of the games. She tired of the game. She's like, listen, I love it here. There's some good people here, but I'm tired of the hustles. I just want to be quiet for a little while. Just to myself, not away from me. But
the dude that tried to push up on her, you had to check. You almost pushed that dude in there.
In the supermarket, I'm there shopping. I walked away for a second. He was scoping us. See, Mrs. SCURV is also a minimalist, but she does have a vast array of nice handbags. And that came from a time when she would collect them. And it wasn't like, I'm going to go out there and spend $2,000. No, her sister and her have like their little own network. And so the sister will take a picture. You like that bag? It's on sale. It's only $150, but it costs $1,500. I'll buy it for you and save it. So what you going to say? No? I mean, you may be a minimalist also, but if somebody gave you something or said, listen, this is because you can sell it back and make $1,000 on it. It's an investment.
Of course. Well, you know, I need to be part of that. I want me some handbags. Look, give Miss SCURV my number. Handbags too. I like handbags. I sure do.
Yeah. It don't mean you don't like nice things. But you ain't gonna pay like over the top for it.
Well, no,
you know what I mean?
No.
Like if somebody said, "Hey, Lance, I can sell you a Lexus for $1,000." I'm thinking I'm gonna drive it around for a couple months, and I'm selling that bad boy and get me tens of thousands for it. I don't hate nice things. I'm just not gonna go and do something that puts me upside down on my finances, right? So yeah, he pushed up on her, and I walk up. I'm like, "What the fuck?" She's looking like she's more scared. Like if I was gonna do something. I talked to him and he got out of there.
You were going to do something. If he had to push it any further, you were going to do something.
Exactly. The only thing that really kept me from going a little further, I'm like, I'm here. I ain't a citizen yet. I ain't trying to mess that up. But he got the picture. Right. When I got up on him and told him what I told him, I know he crapped his pants. That's how. And he saw her little handbag, saw the shoes she had on, whatever. And again, she will wear those things because she has them, but she's not like, oh, I got to go out and get. Now, her sister is like that. The sister loves all these things, and she's the fashion plate and everything. So she always looks out for her. Like, I bought you this bag. Don't worry, you ain't got to give me nothing for it. She just likes to see, and over the years, there's accumulations. But she's not really into having those things out here because the stigma again, because there'll be women who are straight Oh, I want to be your friend. I want to, because they see me as the husband and they see her maybe with a nice handbag or some nice shoes. Another thing, she has a lot of nice shoes, whatever. And she keeps them. Each bag is wrapped in a nice thing where moisture don't get it. And it's in this safe, not a safe for the trunk. And she knows how to take care of things. And there's a lot of knockoff stuff out here, but they see what the real thing. And then she's not trying to be materialistic. She's really not into those things anymore. But if there's a nice something that's going on, she's going to bring one of her bags or something like that and wear. And she's not trying to, because she's so far away from that. Like even me, before I came out here, I gave away a lot of my clothes. I had about 3.5 closet full of nice slacks and tops that may have been a little too hot out here.
Could you imagine if you kept some of your really nice suits and you went to downtown car with your really nice suit on?
Oh, shoot. They'd be like sharks. They'd be like piranha on me. Look, I go down with a T-shirt with a hole and a stain in it, Crocs and shorts where I might have dripped some grape juice. It looks like piss stains, and they still on me.
But a suit, a full-blown suit, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh God, that would be a tragedy. Yeah, because people, the eyes, people are watching, they're looking for, and the more you are brony and try to dress down, they're like, that's a trick. He just trying to blend in. And see here, up in the town with the one where they know where I live, they're like, you fronting. But if I had $1 million, this place would be done already, why wouldn't it? If I had that kind of money. So we got to take a little time and, but it's perception is everything.
See,
and then you have the guys who.
That's why when I come visit, you and Miss SCURV need to be at the airport to meet me because I ain't trying to interact with these fools.
Yeah, well, I mean, they come so friendly. Now
I know.
If you stepped out of the airport, like the front exits and stuff, because it's standard, it's the same departing and arriving. The departing part, the arrival part, and they have all the cab drivers out there. They're going to have like 30 of them out there any time of day or night. Oh, good evening. Well, welcome to the motherland. They got to talk down. They just trying to get that fare. And not only that, but if you're an American woman coming here, black woman coming here by yourself, they want to get you in that cab. They ain't going to do you no harm, not 99 times out of 10, one, but out of 100. But they want to get the rap. Oh, where are you going? Oh, you're going to a nice hotel, expensive hotel. Listen, here's my number. I can pick you up in the morning. You're going, and if you arrive, like, let's just make it up 3:00 in the morning, and you say, well, I have to leave out 6:30. Oh, I will wait for you. I will sleep downstairs. Anything to get contact with you. I can be your driver. I can be your driver. In 2 days, I'm going to be telling you how much they love you, and they've been waiting for you the whole life, and they'll suck the jam from between your toes or whatever. And meanwhile, any American woman that they get their hands on, not necessarily their hands, but in their presence, they're going to say the same thing. There's a woman I know out here, I'm going to be very frank. We've done some shows. She's much older. She's got to be damn near 70, but she thinks she's 16. She messes with the youngest guys out here. I mean, what? And because she's from America, and I'm not saying anybody's old because they can say the same about me, they don't care. I think the oldest dude I saw with her was about 32. She pushing 70.
Oh, my goodness, no. I'm not going to even mess with a dude that young. I'm gonna be honest with you. A dude that's in his 20s for me, even though I'm 43, and I know for a lot of people that to me that's kind of older, but for a lot of people that's that's okay. That's middle.
These days they don't really look bad on that now. If it's 20 year difference, but I know what you mean, though.
But a man in their 20s to me look like a teenager. So me, you come with me, you 24, 25, you about 15 to me. I'm like, no, you don't look grown enough for me. Like you don't even
exactly.
No, you just passed puberty. Like no.
Exactly. No. The last one, I think he about 22.
Oh my goodness.
Circumstances, right? I talked to him and found out. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had spoke to him. You know, I'm not going to say the exact circumstances because I don't want to blow her up. But yeah, over the phone about a show, and I realized who it was, and I was like, "What?" I said, "The other one was about 35. This one 22. And you about a year or two from 70. You playing them games? You want attention? You want to be?" There's some people. Let me tell you something too on the real. And I know we started out with finances. We're just having a fun talk now.
Oh no, yeah,
There are a lot
we
of
haven't talked since last year. We ain't talked since last year.
I know, right? But there are a lot of Black American women who come out to Ghana, and a lot of them have had also bad experiences, and they're sick and tired of the games that a lot of American men are brought to them, not realizing they're jumping from the pan into the fire. Yeah. I'm not saying all Ghanaian, because I also can say that I know of 2 unions, and I don't know as many people personally, and I'm quite sure there are more, but I know of 2 good unions, really solid, good, beautiful, on the up and up, damn near perfect unions for American women and Ghanaian men. So all Ghanaian men are not into that. But it's exceptional. And the one that, and I'll tell you who it is offline. You know who it is. And they don't mind me saying that because it's just going to be only complimentary things I say about them. Even he can't stand most Ghanaian men the way they act, and he can't stand most American dudes, right? Because he's really on a high level, and he knows how the games they come with too. But he's like, I like Lance. Lance is on the up and up, you know, because I've done videos with his wife and stuff together and stuff we do, and we'll meet up somewhere, and he'll call like, hey man, I wish I could be there. Beautiful, cool. No, never no. Hey girl, no, none of that. You know what I mean? So I like that kind of stuff. I'm lonely for that kind of stuff where you have creative people, artists, people who do videos sincerely doing it and for the love of it. Like, that's what I'm into. There's always people who want to put crap in the game. I've hung out down through the years in America, even out here, with very beautiful women who are very sexy to most men. And, oh my God, look at that little waist, look at that. And it's all business. And I mean, not business like, oh, we have to act so anal. No, we hanging out, we're going to get some photos. You want me to do a video of you or whatever. We're going to bring our laptops and sit in KFC and McDonald's and learn it, especially in Orlando. There was a drop dead gorgeous girl who was a straight lesbian. The world didn't know it. Hey, yo, Les, man, I know you hit that. I said, come on, man. That ain't never going to happen. I wasn't even trying for that. I like the innocent stuff. See, me growing up, having little muscles and the gift of gab, and it was different back in that time. And again, I never really said no. I had a lot of experiences, granted, but I wasn't a predator. Now, I missed out on the innocent stuff. I'm like Michael Jackson, who wants to have his childhood now, and he's older. God rest his soul. He didn't have that. I was thrust into the sexual world and all these different things from young. I can't say I hated it, but now I'm not trying to stay like that. I want to be able to hang around people and let's vibe sincerely. I like the whole concept of the hangout. Yeah, okay, come on. You can't do this with everybody. You tired, you can crash by my couch, or we get up in the morning, we have some breakfast, and we'll go do it again. I've done that on the innocent tip. It wasn't always decadent stuff I was doing. I'm free-spirited that way, especially growing up in New York City in those days. So that's something I miss. So now at this age, people will misunderstand me if they see my puppy-like enthusiasm for all things creative. You see? But I can't let that rule me. But yeah, there are scandalous people out here. There are a lot of men who are scandalous. They see me on social media and they see followers, and man, you got a lot. They'll say it like, man, you got a lot of hoes following you, man. I know you hitting them up. Say, is that all you think about? Look at me now. You know the circumstances now.
That just shows you how broken they are as a person. You know, they just cannot. I don't know. a lot of people are broken. They don't appreciate the innocent things in life. And number one, they need to stop being so thirsty. If the men and women stop being so thirsty, maybe something will come to you. Just stop being so thirsty
Serious.
all the time.
I have a friend of mine that people know her on the show. She comes in every now and then. And the joke is, I think I've said it on the show because we're open about it. I said, the world just wouldn't believe we slept together. Now, we didn't have sex. I crashed. Oh, this was back in the early 90s when we first met. I was over her house and there was a boxing match and she had the rigged box because I wasn't paying for nothing. She's like, you can come over and watch it. She's a platonic sister to me. And so I was watching the fight.
Box.
Yeah, she had a cable box that was, how do they pull it? How do they used to say it? It was zapped. We used to say zapped, like it let everything in. And so there was a big boxing match. I forgot which one it was. And so she was, you can come over and watch it. And so I watched it in the living room. She was in the bedroom watching it, but she was up. And we used to talk a lot. We still do talk a lot. She called me yesterday. And I was tired. I fell asleep on the bed. She fell asleep on the bed. And so that's our joke. It's like people just wouldn't know we slept together. She cracks up because she knows that we didn't do nothing.
That is funny. That is crazy. Oh my goodness.
I'll tell you an extension of that joke offline, but it goes further than that. But we never did nothing. But okay, I'll put it the decent way. She's such a well-educated, yet in many ways naive about a lot of things. And I'll just say this for the joke on the show, to a certain point, and I got to say the punchline in the lewd way. She was like, Lance, there's this guy I'm interested in, and there's certain things I'm not going to do, but I think he's worthy of this. How do I do that? I said, you can't ask me because I don't know how to do that. I don't mess with men. She said, no, but what do men like? So I went into detail on kind of what I know, and what I hear men say, whatever. So now the extension of the joke is people wouldn't believe that we slept together and I taught you how to do this and that without having you do it. But it's pure innocence. And a lot of people can't joke like that. I would never joke like that with her if she wasn't that kind of person to joke about it.
Right.
Because she's it's a different kind of thing from a different era. Like nobody in New York City, dudes hang out with women. They had scandals and affairs and stuff, but nobody really questioned that stuff. That's your business if you're doing something.
Right.
As much as women like me back in the day, there are a lot that I just hung out with and I loved them to death and nothing ever happened. There was some I was attracted to and nothing ever happened because I'm not going to push up just on one level and miss out on the real platonic fun. I talked about my friend Maureen, who passed away early last year. And when I met her in 1986, we were like rabbits. We were wild. And then after a couple months, it stopped. And I still would hang out with her. Not like I'm waiting for something to happen. It was like you ever had one of them storms, a sunny day, and a flash storm. It's dark and everything's blowing and it goes away and it's like all you see is water and stuff dripping off the gutter. That's the way it was. And I love her to death. And I would still go up there with the same intensity to go hang out. She'd call me 2 a.m. She's in the Bronx. I was in Queens. I want to go to White Castle. I go all the way up there and we go to White Castle and whatever and eat, hang out, daybreak. Oh, I got to go home. And we'd sometimes she'd come on up and we'd go and sleep in the same bed and nothing happened. And stuff used to happen. In the bed, in the car, in the alleyway, and this and this, that. And like a flash storm is gone. And we were cool with it. And she would tell me, ask me opinion. I'm seeing this guy, or I messed around with this guy. She was out there still. And we were cool. Like you let things go to the level it goes to. It doesn't always have to be one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't. And so this is why there are many every now and then who like, hey, I'm doing okay. You know, I need your opinion on this or whatever. And it's genuine because dudes got to understand it cannot be just that. You miss out on so much. You miss out on so much. And why can't you just be free? I'm different anyway. I'm twisted in a nice way. You know what I mean? It doesn't always have to be that. Maybe one dude summed it up. Man, you done had so much of that. You can talk. You can talk about that stuff like that. Me, shoot. If I had 10% of your experience, I'd be, you know, like the old Jew that has a diamond shop and he's not impressed at the party. This lady has a rock on her hand because he's experienced this. He'll say, "Oh, it's a nice diamond," but he's not. Oh.
Right.
You know, so that's just how it is. But human nature, I love it. I love studying it. I love figuring it out. I love, you know, and that's what it's rooted in for me. So when I do go to the different places out here, and I could be going out there every week. Why? But every now and then I'll find myself, because number one, my sleep hours are so different. Why do I want to go somewhere where I want to stay up until the time I wake up? I can do that at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah. But every now and then, that's why I always keep my cameras with me. If there's some visuals of different things, and I'm invited to things, and sometimes I don't go. And every now and then I'm going to start going. And when I start driving next year, because you know, Social Security is going to pay for that car. I ain't, and I don't even need it right now. If I get it, it's going to park up. I drive it down to the city once a week, get my groceries, whatever I need. Might park up and go to the areas and then come home.
You're going to have a whole lot of cab drivers that's going to be mad at you once you get that vehicle, especially when people start visiting you and then they come to the airport, and especially when I come visit and they're like, hey, you want to know my rights right there.
Exactly.
You're right.
Exactly.
You're riding with the American. You're riding with the American. I'm American. Why can't I ride with the Americans?
Exactly.
They're going to be mad with you.
See, you're going to park.
They're going to be real mad.
When you walk through, you're going to park through them like the Red Sea. And I'll be right there waiting for you.
They're going to be mad.
I still want to know you. But going back to the other thing, I want to touch on that again. The white women. These guys will do, I don't care what it looked like. Oh my God. And I look at them and I'm just sitting there, not making faces. I just, in public, like I'm eating somewhere and they're sitting there and I just look. I'd have to show you, like on a video or something. We do a lot. They had to prop the camera up, and I have to show you how this dude was walking with this fat. You know the grimace off McDonald Land, right? Like the grimace with the big gut hanging out. The grimace lady was built. The grimace looked better than her, and he had his arm not just around her, because he couldn't put his arm around her, but he had his hand flat in her lower back, like he doing some minuet dance. You know what I mean? And then he had the other hand, and he was walking all upright, almost leaning back. And the way he ran to the door to catch it for her. I'm like, did you follow her in the bathroom and wipe her backside too?
What in the world? Those women have no chance nowhere else.
No, they don't. They don't. And look, she was loving it. She's loving it. I mean, you already knew how he took care of her. What? You already knew what he was doing to her behind closed doors, no matter what she looked like. She was on cloud 9. He was fighting hard to get that citizenship and the trip out of Ghana.
You have to ask yourself, if they go to any other country where there's other races of men, would they get that same treatment? The answer is no.
Nope.
Men wouldn't even look twice at them.
It's money and to get out the country. Getting the green card or whatever they have to get out the country. That's what it is. They are not, look, if there are other white women they can hook up with and work on 3 or 4 of them at the same time, separately, of course, they'll do it because it increases their chances of getting out, because they're so brainwashed as to what life is everywhere else. The white woman represents that. That's a surefire way, because where where's the white woman shut out of in society, in their mind? Like, the white woman is the key to freedom. A white woman? Oh, I mean, that's more impressive to them than a white man is to the black woman here.
Yeah.
Because you know, you get a white woman, nobody's going to refuse the white woman. No matter what she looked like, she's a white woman. In their mind, she has so much value over some Ghanaian woman. And that's a lot of the Ghanaian men, a lot of them don't value the Ghanaian women here. It's quite sexist too, subtly. Especially if you have a Ghanaian man that has a modicum of status. Doesn't have to be much status. He could be a business owner, a small business owner. I mean, like a little shack on the road. He has his own business. He's got some status. Chances are, a lot of nice guys here, but chances are he might have that thing in him. Like, yes, I am this and this and that. And you're not. And a lot of the women, especially like the locals, whatever, they accept it. Because a lot of times, if a woman is carrying a bag, a heavy bag, and her man's with her, he's walking 4 or 5 feet in front of her. He's not helping her. She'll have it on her head. She'll have 2 bags and then a baby in the back, and he's walking, looking at his phone. And I was walking with a friend of mine who owns a shop where the apartment used to be. I was coming from across the street off the Trocho, and she was coming from the gas station. Hey, how you doing? Whatever. You walking back to the shop? Okay, I'll walk you. Hey, let me get your bag. She had 2 bags, and she had the thing on her head. Oh, no, it's okay. I said, no, come on. You got these bags. They're heavy. You're struggling with these bags. It's nothing for me. I'm stronger than you. I'm the man. I'm supposed to carry the bag. Get it back. I mean, I know her husband too real good. We're cool. So she said, no, you don't understand. I said, because you think people going to think that I'm messing with you or something? No. They know you get along with my husband. They know we are all friendly. I said, so what is it? She says, honestly, it'll make you look bad if you carry the bags for me. And I said, what do you mean? It will make you look weak because the man is not supposed to carry the bags. It's the woman who's supposed to carry the bags.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what? I said, come on, give me them bags. No. I cannot do that to you. You are the man. You are supposed to walk in front and not necessarily it could be on the side, but no. Unless we got like 8 bags and I do have to help. I'm not going to sit here and let you got to walk down the block and go get more. But basically she told me that. And she said, I'm not playing. I'm telling you. Now I've helped women with bags before. And they took it, but they used it against me because they was trying to like talk to me. I tell you about the one that I was getting off the Churchill when I first got here, and she was falling asleep on the thing, and she had all these bags. She got off first, and I stopped to talk to one of the motorcycle drivers, and I saw her half a block away with all of these bags, and she was so tired on the thing. And when I was going in the same direction, so I said, "Excuse me, miss, you were the one sitting next to me." I said, "Listen, I saw you falling asleep." I said, "Let me get you back." I took all of them. Oh my God, no Ghanaian man would do this for me. I'll never forget her saying that. And I never understood why until my other friend who told me the deal. So we walked in. Where I was going was a block past where she lived, but I hooked over to where she was living with her brother, and I brought her to her front door. I said, I'm not trying to be intrusive and come in your property. I said, maybe your brother can. He said, oh, he's going to come out. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. So we kept running into each other. Mrs. SCURV got to meet her. I said, yeah, this is the lady I was telling you about. So we all switched numbers and stuff like that. And one day I saw her again, but we were walking the same direction. We're talking. And so she said, I'm going to call you tonight. I said, okay, no problem. It wasn't no thing. I'm in a new country and you know the place. Fine. Tell me something I don't know. So she called me and she's like, oh, I always wanted a baby. And I'm like, I was doing some editing. So I'm like, okay, she's just telling me she wants a baby. I'm like, it was no big thing. So we talked about other things in general, life in America and stuff like that. Then I saw her a couple of days walking the street. And so she says, oh, I was trying to tell you something, but you didn't pick up on it. I said, well, what was that? And I want a baby. I said, well, you want to meet somebody maybe through me or something? I know a lot of guys who might want, no, I was talking about you. I like your complexion and you're American. And I said, but my wife and I ain't going to do nothing like that. No, but that's if you get caught. Because see, a lot of men here, they on that. Like, if I don't get caught, I'm gonna do it. So she says, oh no, she doesn't have to know. I was like, oh snap. She's a school teacher, decent and everything, acting and everything. She says, no, she doesn't have to know. I will raise the baby. I just want to know that.
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah. And then she told me, she's like, yeah, I want to go to America and I want you to go with me and take me and show me and, you know, and then we could celebrate. It's not a relationship, but it'll be between me and you and that will be your baby. Yeah, and what she was saying later on let me know she wanted to be out there while she was pregnant and she wants to drop it in America to have an American anchor baby and the father American. So now that's going to hook her up.
And then you would have had child support papers and the SCURV would have opened. Lance, what is this? Who is Umku?
Say it again?
Lance, who is Umku?
Yeah. Well, her native name was it was a funny sounding name though. I forgot the other name. But yeah, very nice looking young lady, very intelligent, and you would not think, well, I want to talk to you tomorrow about it after I come out of church. I'm like, you going to church, you think about all this stuff, this scandalous stuff, and dissing my wife like that. So anyway, I haven't told you about the other hustle too. Yeah, correct me, I've told this on one of the shows and whatnot, but I got to say it again. Friend of mine, he's done a show or two with me. He comes out to the motherland, different countries frequently. He has a house out in another country. I won't say the exact country, but, you know, I want to put his business out there. So he has buddies that come out here on business trips and stuff like that. So he's like, Lance, man, you better put the word out there. Them Ghana girls, they ain't dumb. I said, I know that. They play, the ones who are scandalous will play naive just enough to rope you in when you are one of those guys who are out here looking to have a little fun and leave, you know. So he knows 3 guys, actually 4, but the 4th one didn't fall for the okie doke. But 3 of them, right? And this is the current hustle that's going on. You have these women out here, a lot of times they will call them slayers. They make sure to keep themselves looking good. They're intelligent. And men think about the one thing when they see them, just enough to entice them, right? And when they size you up by your shoes, your belt, your watch, your this, your that, and they're like, this guy got money. They'll find out how long you're going to be here. Usually it happens in clubs or the kind of Oxford Street No Sue kind of setting where guys are looking chicks up and down and they catch your eye and they talk with you. And like he knows guys who are in corporate situations but remote where they'll send them places for different work in different countries. And so they may get an Airbnb, for example, and be here for a month. And so, you know, they have their work time and they have to go to certain meetings, whatever. When the weekends come, it's like, okay, we're going to go out and get some drinks. Now, these guys did this separately, right? They all know each other, but they've done this separately. 3 of them, then they got caught the same way. How did they get caught? They met a nice young lady, shapely, sexy, enough, and intelligent, you know, where it's like, wow, she's really, you know, going places, speaking a few languages, keeping herself up at the gym, whatever. And they meet them and, you know, the guy's always ready. And he's like wondering, like, can I get her back to my Airbnb? And it happens, but he gets the impression like, I don't do this with all these guys, but something about you type thing, you know, gas him up. So they do the do and she wakes up and he's impressed even still. He doesn't want to let it go. She's cooking food for him and hanging out with him. And when he has to go, she goes and what you doing later on? I can come back if you want. Oh my God. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, you know, he was looking for a whole lot of fun with different women, but this one here, he met blew his mind literally in the bedroom and the way she, you know, so he's dropping his guard. Oh, see, I got to this point in the story. So you didn't hear it then. So you're going to be real shocked. This happened several times. So several of my friends. So she's there. She's straightening up, ironing his shirts and, you know, walking around all sexy, wearing something short, keeping it in his mind that, you know, we're going to do this later on. I'm going to keep you aroused. And so he's really letting the guard down. And so he's there for the month. He trusts her. She's staying there. He don't want to let her go. They're going out to dinner. And so she's making herself physically available in many ways in different places, making memories in his head. Oh my God, she just pulled me in the alleyway and she did this to me. Oh wow, we were having so much fun. So he thinks he's on cloud nine, but he don't really want no commitment. It's just a thing like for that time. And like when I'm gone, I'm gone. Maybe if I come back, I'll do something, but I'm not bringing her to America. I'm not going to look at the wife her up, but this is just, I got lucky. So he's getting lucky. And so after a while, he's no condom. And he's spraying the garden raw all over the plants. Okay. He's knocked out now. Because I know guys usually when they deal with somebody and they fall asleep, they ain't really falling asleep. They got one eye open. You know what I mean? So
right.
he done sprayed the garden. He fell out. He's knocked out. He's full of good food, happy balls and a full stomach. Okay. They're a week and a half in. And so she gets up, gets his wallet that's right there. And she has her own money. He could see to a point. She's even paid for things and he's not hiding anything now. She goes into the bathroom and locks the door. And she has her phone and she's taking out every card and ID, work ID, license with the address on it and snapping pictures of it. Puts it back, doesn't want the money and puts it back on the nightstand. And maybe hits him off with a little something out of his sleep. So he further falls into sleep. Why did she do that? We're going to find out why. So things go good. Ain't no condom in sight. He just going to town because in his mind, I don't think she going to see me again as much as I like this girl. I got women in America. I got women in this other country and this and this and that. I'm going to keep a number. If I'm here, I'd like to see her again. That's the way it is. So she's acting so sad and he's got to go. And she really makes the last night a really special night. So they part. They swear they're going to keep in contact. He never calls her again, right? Because he thinks she doesn't have anything about him. So he's in America. And a couple months go by. And maybe 10 months, 11 months, 12, maybe a year. She hasn't heard from him. So he's on his job or he's home and he's presented some papers. Wait a second. What kind of paternity papers? He didn't know her name. He knew her as Brenda. He's like, who is this? I don't mess with no girl with no name like this. What happens now, the hustle here is that when you as a Ghanaian woman go to the American embassy, you are now on American soil. And if you say that this baby is this guy and you have all his address, work ID, phone numbers, it's just as good as being in America. And so you can have them make him take the test. And if it's his, you over here, he over there, he got to pay according to all the money he makes. See, that little bit of heaven or earth where he was spraying the garden, she was trying to get pregnant. Trying to get pregnant. And she got it. Especially since he thought, I'm going to spray all up in this thing here, and I ain't going to get caught. Oh, brother, you got caught. These birds are going crazy on the roof. I was like, wait a second. Is that a dude up there?
Wow.
So the birds land all night long. You got to get used to that because it's a steel roof. I jumped the first night I slept here. I jumped up with a machete like 35 times, running all over the house. Yep.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy. Yeah, because not too many places to land. I mean, they have trees, but they prefer the roof, and it's crazy. But yeah, so you paying for the next 18 years because you thought that you'd leave and she didn't get to. Yeah, she chose you. She figured out you making them almost $200,000. Oh yeah. They ain't making no adjustments because you're in Africa. So you getting paid big and you ain't spending no money on that child. As the mother, it's cheap to live here that way if you know how to do it. And while you're doing it, you bring the child to your mama or the village that's gonna raise it, and we start all over again. Yep. And he knows 3 dudes that got caught like that. Go to the American embassy. But you gotta have all their license and everything. And you get that money, you can dress up even better and go find the next one.
Yep. And there's probably some women that's getting 4 and 5 checks.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's right. You better pay. You better pay.
And they're probably the women they're probably the Ghanaian women that live in these palaces.
Yeah. They live in large, driving nice cars and everything too. And the dudes drop their guards more because they say, okay, she can't be not that a person from the village is going to just scheme on you like that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But these who are westernized and dressed a certain way, and you come out here and you see that, like, oh, whoa, you thinking you getting bargain basement booty. Oh, yeah? You keep on thinking that. You keep on thinking they're naive. They study the West so hard, and they can tell. They can tell. That's why some come at me because they think by the way that I speak or they see the social media, oh, no, he's got to be. No, don't mean nothing. I ain't trying to get in no trouble. And if I did, what you going to get out of me?
Right. Nothing.
I mean, you ain't getting nothing out of me, really. It's not like I'm rolling in something. No, I'm not going to put myself in a position anyway. What? Get this far and come over here and get at this age? You will be paying child support until you are 79 years old. Oh, hell no. If I was a righteous man and single, and I wouldn't even do that. At this age, I'll be free right before I'm 80.
You will probably have to move back to America just to get a job to pay the shop.
Yes.
And we already know you'll be crying the whole way back over here.
It's going to take all my pension, and when I get Social Security, that's even worse. I don't care where you are. You're going to live over $200.
You got
and then take everything. I better turn vegan all the way and go live out in the village and get me a little mud hut for real.
I was about to say you're gonna be in that mud hut for real if you do all that. $200.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'll definitely be in that mud hut for real. I
won't be able to even afford mosquito repellent. I'll be in the mud hut just smacking mosquitoes, hoping I don't get malaria. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know guys that are like that. I know some men over here that had a little girlfriend, and they in their 60s paying child support.
That's a damn. That's.
I know some men that's in their 50s. In their 50s paying child support. I'm like, you wait all this time. You got grown children. You're going to start all over again, and now you're on child support again.
And by the time they finish paying that child support, even from that time, they ain't getting it up to do nothing no more. I mean, what they think this thing is? Don't you realize where you...
Are you serious?
Are
you serious?
Where your blip is? Oh, no, shoot, a lot of these men are so delusional. They how can I put it? They judge or rate or I can't find the word. Like their ability to have sex is very important for them. I know many men who are so hung up on the fact that they're, if not partially impotent, they're impotent all the way, and that's their identity. Like, that's their identity.
What?
I'm glad that even from within, I'm cooled down from what I was 40 years ago. I am not walking around like that. And I had control back then, even though I had a lot of opportunities and options, yes, and I took them. But I ain't the man that I was 40 years ago, and life is wonderful like that. I still function, but it's not like, you know, when a kid's 15 years old and they grow and they're eating like every 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But when they get older, they ain't doing that. So I'm good right now. I'm not trying to what? Nah.
Yep, I know more paying child support. They don't retire. They get their SSI retirement and the child support, the back child. Now at this point, it's not like it's active child support. It's back child support.
Oh my God.
The child is like worse. In their 30s. The child's in their 20s and 30s, and they still paying child support.
That's crazy. No way. No way. No way. The time when you should be like your kids are grown and then you no. You 80 years old at a high school graduation. That don't make no sense.
It is all that back child support that they owe that they could not pay. Because some of them, they still tell you, I was locked up. I couldn't pay. Then when I got out and started getting my Social Security, yeah. Yeah. The child, I mean, they
pay the back stuff.
Grandkids. They sitting up here with grandkids paying child support. Lance, don't laugh.
Somebody's going to listen to this and that damn SCURV laughing at me. He don't know I'm going through that. No.
I'm serious. They are sitting here with grandchildren paying back child support. They are.
And I'm gonna say it on the realest way. If you a man and you single and you want somebody, find somebody your age, find somebody whose ovaries are shut down. I'm not saying that that's the only the only modus operandi. But don't run after these young girls. You're going to find yourself in trouble. And why? What are you trying to make up for? Like, you were younger, it should have been happening then. But now you older. What kind of thing is this? And I know some women or some men like older women, some men like younger women. But that extreme thing, and you go, what are you trying to relive? Did you miss out on something? Or do you have the perception that you missed out on something? I'll tell you in a heartbeat, I ain't missed out on nothing. I got doggy bags and stuff to hand out if they want.
You have these red pill channels telling these men, you know, your value does not drop. You can have kids in your 70s and 80s, but I'm like, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Setting them up for disaster. Everybody ain't no multi-billionaire to be able to support that. And even if you could support that, how do you, you know, I know certain cultures, there's this dude, he was 92 and had some child. He had over 100 children. And a lot of them were like in their 70s. Like, he was 92 and I think the oldest one was 72 or something like that, 75. And then he had over 100 children. But okay, that was the culture. And he was a man of means to take care of them. And he had a little village unto himself. It was nothing but his kids and people who married to his children, and that worked out. But this guy had lots of money, resources, and political stuff. And I'm not condoning it, but unless you him, don't do it. You drove a truck all your life, you get a little pension or whatever have you. Don't waste that. Don't. I'm good. I love when my daughters call me on the phone, daddy this, daddy that, whatever, and we have a nice relationship, whatever have you. Imagine I come to my daughter and like, you got a little sister. Come on. Come on.
And your daughter's in their 20s. They're like, we got a what?
Yeah. And the one I was talking to last night, she turned 30 in February. This coming February. And I'm going to tell her she'll be 30 and there's a 1-year-old sister, a newborn sister. Imagine that. It's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. My rule of the thumb, and I told everybody, cracked up on the show. I said, if I was out there single, my thing, if I was out in the world having orgasms and you weren't born yet, I can't mess with you at any age. You know what I mean?
That is the same thing with me. My thing is, okay, I'm 43. I can't mess with you under 35.
Because what are you going to talk about? Right. What are you going to talk about? It's got to be more than just a physical friction. What are you going to talk about? What do you have in common? What are you going to? There's no commonality. There's no. Yeah, I know some exceptions where people could be more mature, but still, there's that stigma. And then what happens when you get older? You 70 years old and you got somebody 38. What the hell?
Yeah.
Come on. That don't work.
And the reason why I say no, I can't. I don't. Like, I was born in 81. I don't want a man born after 1989. I'm not going to talk to a man born after 1989. I'm just not. I'm just. That's too young. I was a teenager in the 90s. Like, what I look like, because I'm gonna think about, okay, when I was in 11th grade, you were in 3rd. No, that's no
numbers game. No. Exactly.
No.
Yeah. Some men don't think that way. Some men are so twisted. How are you gonna look at a girl that may be 18, 19, 20? She's still young in the mind. Her body may have developed, but you knew her in the neighborhood when her mama was walking around with her in the stomach, and you saw her, a little kid, toddler, drool coming down her mouth with a little rattler, and now you want to get with her that she's at age. How can you shake that out of your mind, the image of her being a baby? She's still a baby. We're like satellites. We don't change positions.
Right.
Don't forget. How you gonna forget? These little young girls out here, and they hit on me in a not a super aggressive way, but not mild either. They let you know, I want to talk to you. We can be friends. Oh, let me ask you something. How old are you? Oh, I'm 23. I said, you know how old I am? I'm not considering this. I'm just saying it's all right with them. Because here in the culture, here the age don't matter. You can openly be with somebody who's 60s and 70s, and they got money and taking care of you. It's about security. You know, that's what it's about. They don't mind. Like I told you, the little girl that got on my video, like the little anthill chronicle thingies there, and she stopped, and she used to walk past all the time. Little girl, 17 years old. And one day she stopped, and I said, okay, you want to say, oh, you're doing YouTube? I said, yeah. Is it live? I said, no, I'm recording it. I said, say hi to the camera, you know. I said, it's not live now. It will be live. You know, say hi. Oh, hi, my name is so-and-so. I said, you're in school. What do you like in school? I'm just the little usual stuff. I like this. I like that. I like soccer. Or football, because that's soccer here. You know, that's how they call it.
Okay.
And so I said, okay. I said, well, you know, nice. What did she say? Oh, I need football boots. I need soccer boots or whatever. Meaning the cleats and stuff. I said, well, maybe somebody listening might send me something for you, whatever. Yes, and I just need tablet to do my work and whatever. Well, they gave enough that, what was it? Actually, I got $1,700 because it wasn't like everybody was collaborating. Well, you give this, everybody gave 50, 80, 120, and added up. I'm honest. I converted everything from, you know, and then got it from the ATM and gave it a whole thing. I was like, well, she ain't gonna get all this. I'm taking half. I ain't do that.
Right.
So she got a lot of CDs. It looked good too. I mean, all them hundreds.
Right.
So I knew she lived in one of the particular houses, but I said, I'll keep it on me when I do my little video. And I saw her again, and I said, here, this is from everybody. Oh my God, thank you. Oh my God, oh, God bless you, so. So she got on the video. Oh, I want to thank you. And she ran home and must have gave it to her mother and stuff like that. And probably kept some. She was so happy. So I see her another time, about another week. So I want to say thank you to everybody who gave, and each person didn't know the overall. They just thought, oh, it was me that did the little $50 thing or whatever. So I had a little joke, you know, because she got back on again. I guess she thought it was like a hustle. And I want to have computer one day, and I want to have, like, put in an order, you'll get it type thing, right? So I made the joke where
I said, you know what? I was telling Mr. SCURV, I said, yeah, she gonna come on there one day. I need Benz and I want a yacht. Yes, I want mansion. Yes, I want mansion. That's what I'm saying. I wish it was that easy. So anyway, I'm home one day and at the apartment, and I think she came up here to do something in the yard. And a little boy comes around the back, little tiny apartment, the first one. Oh, uncle, somebody wants to talk to you. And so I said, who? Oh, they said the name. And everybody knew where I lived because they see where I'm walking with the tripods. They see me in and out. So to the front door, it was her. And, you know, they had little schoolgirl outfits, looked like a little Catholic outfit, a little skirt that's down, a little high in the knee and everything. She pulled that thing up under her breast. That skirt was so short. She had her shoes you could see in the knapsack, and then she had these little cheap stilettos on with lipstick on and a button down blouse. Hi, how are you? I want to be in a movie with you. Can I come in with you? You're by yourself? I was like, I mean, this young, do you see where she was trying to go with this?
Oh my, no. Mm-mm.
I said, no, this is inappropriate. You can't come here. Please don't come here. You know, I said, listen, I don't know what you think this is, but I'm sorry. You got to go. I'm sorry. You need to put your skirt down. Whatever. Oh, but I thought we could be friends. Well, even if she was 19 or 20 and I was single.
Still, no.
But what I'm saying is
God.
that, see, the money got good. Did the mama really, like, maybe they didn't tell her to come out here like that, but it's a hustle. Go get more money. A lot of them turn their heads. A lot of these old white men and some of these old black men befriend a younger girl and nobody says anything. He may come pick her up and some of the mamas might see. And they let them go. They don't come back hurt, wounded, scratched up, but they come back with a little money that helps that household. And a lot of the mothers turn their backs, turn their heads to what's going on. And they know exactly what's going on. Yeah. I can tell you a lot of scenarios where if you somewhere and where they're coming out of school, not up on the school, but like half a block down and they're walking by you, they're going to start looking. I'm going to get this on camera. There's nothing lewd. I'm just general public and you see a crowd walking by and look at how some of these girls look at me. Grinning and skinning a lot. 30% of them. The other ones are lookouts and just acting shy. Smiling and turning around waving. They know what's going to lead up to that. They want that money and they're willing to do what they need to do. They're not dumb. They're not dumb. It's sad because they do this knowing that the mother's not going to say anything if they get a little extra money. If they bring home money, you think about, oh, how did you get this? Oh, what? No. Oh, your friend gave you money. They're not going to say, what did he have you do? Riding the bike one morning, I was coming back to that apartment, and this little young girl, about 13 years old, I was riding the bike coming to the sidewalk, and I let her pass by, and when she passed by in front of me, she running her lips, tongue over her lips, looking me dead in the eye. I said, no, this must be a mistake. And she was a frail little underdeveloped something. Not that it mattered if she was developed or not, but and she got to the corner, I put the bike on my shoulder, I was going to walk up the steps, and she was pointing to herself. And then she licked her lips again. I said, I stayed in the rest of the day. I'm like, I'm not even coming out no more. That blew my mind. If you saw her, she was not reaching. It was experience. And a lot of these little 13 and 14 and sometimes even 12-year-old girls, babies. And you're like, whose child are you babysitting? Oh, that is my baby. Where's the father? Oh, he left him and his family. They left. Family? How, you could ask, they're open here. Oh, he is 57. How old are you? 15? Oh, shoot. In America, somebody's going to be behind closed doors or behind bars.
Yeah.
And behind closed doors. Solitary confinement, closed doors.
Freudian slip, but that was proper. A lot of dirt. It's unregulated.
That's just sad.
But there's no child services for that. I mean, there's nothing for that. It's a free for all. So you could be off the books pedophile, a gray area pedophile, and and the sad part about it is a lot of these young girls want the phone. They want these phones. They want the money, but they really for a young boy and girl, they'll go out for a phone.
Now, are the phones over there cheaper? Like if I were to get the new Samsung or something, or the new iPhone, do they keep up with it like that? Or are you able to go to a mall or Apple store or something to get the
you can go to the mall, you can go to the Apple store, and it's gonna be a little more expensive because of the shipping costs, because they don't manufacture those here. When you break it down, and out of curiosity, I'll mention it on the show, or I'll tell you, I'm gonna go with the rate of exchange and break it down, but it's a good amount more, and that goes with a lot of photography equipment, video equipment, certain things. And say, damn, they charge us so much, because to bring it over here, and there may not be so much of a demand. The common folk are not going to get certain cameras and every top of the line. No, it doesn't happen that way. You usually bring it with you, or you have it shipped specifically. It's cheaper to ship it than to buy it here retail.
And just have them ship it to me. If I lived over there, just order the new phone, and have them ship it. Okay.
That's the best way. Yeah. But so the phone is like the way a car is to a young man getting out of high school. Hey, I got my own car. It might not be new, but he can drive around. That's superpowers most guys don't have. Same thing with the phone. The nicer your phone, the more attractive you are. It's a status symbol here. Nobody wants a cheap phone. They have cheap phone, little cheap Chinese companies, and you can get a phone cheap. You can get what they call a yak phone, which is like a late 90s Nokia. There's no screen. It's not a smartphone. It's just buttons, and you push. If you want to text, if you want to hit Z, you better hit that button 3 times, X, Y, Z. To get to Z, you be texting all day long just to say one sentence. I started texting early this afternoon. I'm eating dinner, and I'm finishing this sentence. You see what I mean?
That is crazy.
So,
I can't believe they still have those. See, over here, that phone wouldn't work over here because it's not even. It would not work over here.
It wouldn't. Right. Oh yeah, that's a common backup phone, because at least you can receive calls and send and make calls. You see what I mean? Like that's why I see here. Like if you have a good phone, like a nice smartphone, dudes sometimes will have 2 or 3 other phones cheap, because those phones are cheap, and I like it. It's cheap,
right?
And remember, you pay like you're paying for gas. It's not like you have a monthly service. You top it off. And the local service is cheap. You pay 60 CDs. Depending on how much you talk, you might last 2 or 3 months. I pay a big lump sum, and I haven't paid again yet in the last year, because I don't make much local calls. Right. I pay for the internet. I go through WhatsApp or my app that I can receive and make, direct calls from my American number. But that's a status symbol. If you have a nice phone, that will get you spraying in the garden for whatever reason. I don't know the correlation. And if you promise a young lady, you need to make that phone a little better phone than that. I'm going to get you a phone. Just the promise of it. You're going to get what you want as a carnal man. Oh, you're going to get me a phone? Oh, I want to come see you. Thank you so much. And don't get the phone. Oh, forget it. You want this phone? I got it for you. Just come on and see me tonight. Okay.
That is crazy.
Different. Yeah. That's why if you look at some of the videos of me walking through the Medina market and just populated areas, there's a lot of dudes out there selling phone cases and the earphone, all the accessories, because people are into their phones. You whip your phone out and it's a nice phone in public. Not everybody. But the teenagers, they looking at you. Oh, that this iPhone so-and-so. You have a case on the bad boy hiding it. They know exactly what number it is.
And the used iPhones and used Samsungs, they going. But if you bust out with something new and you walking in public with a nice case on it, whatever, all eyes on you. You might also drive down the street with a drop top Bentley.
So no all Americans can go over there. So that means I can't. No, I definitely, because I always had a keep my phones up to date. Oh well, I'll just have to keep it in my purse.
You can come here. Look, right, you can right, but don't, because they say snatch phones out here too. Not in your face like that, but if you're in the car driving or in the passenger seat and you have your phone, you have your hand laying on the window and the window's open, or you just have it, motorcycles that go by, not everybody, but they will tell you if you're in a Uber or regular taxi, oh, no, hold your phone down. Because they will do that. They drive by on a motorcycle and they time it, they snatch the phone. You can try to catch them all they want. With this traffic, they can go between the cars and they're gone. They're not even speeding because you can't catch them. Yep, they'll do that. Doesn't happen every day, but common enough where everybody knows. Don't hold your phone up when you're in a car, because they'll slow down in time and snatch it and go. Snatch it right on out your hand.
I just have to keep the windows rolled up. That when they see the windows rolled up, we can't snatch nothing.
Exactly. They can't do nothing then.
Snatch nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember her. I remember she got that phone. That is crazy.
That's the ultimate status symbol.
And see, no, over here, people in the project got the latest phone, which is
of course,
which is embarrassing.
Of course, it is. It's priorities. You know what I mean? I mean, I use this. I think I got a Samsung A30, Samsung something 30. I think A34 it is, whatever. It's not top of the line, but it's a pretty nice phone. I need it to keep up with the things on social media when I'm gone. It's like my office, you know.
Right.
You know, the different apps, different things, responding to people's emails and stuff. It helps me out a whole lot. You know, responding to people and everything. I need that. So, I mean, if I wasn't in all this stuff, what would I need that for? I get a all right phone, but I only get what I need. I'm not an excessive person. You see what I mean? I'm a minimalist that way. But I've tried, you know, But these people here, shoot, they get high when the phone is like a crack pipe to them. Trust and believe. They get intoxicated.
I think America is not the. I mean, we get hype on phones too. I think America, when you talk about our crack pipe over here, I would have to say it's like between cars. It's definitely cars, and it's like about where do you live and what do you wear.
Right. And it's getting like that over here, except that the where do you live thing, most people don't get into because it's mostly common areas. When you do have some people who live in certain spots, but that's not so much on the forefront. The car thing, just having a car is the thing out here. But with certain people, far and few between, the club hoppers, the status type people, the people who do hold position and everything and have that status. And really, the closer to being American or UK or Western holds weight with people who are in that level of the stratosphere trying to compete that way. And they will look down on the people who just want to get the phones or whatever. Like certain things are mandatory.
A phone, you having a nice phone is nothing. We looking at what do you drive and where do you live and what kind of job you got. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They look at the end products. On the lower level, they look at the end result. Like if you have nice clothes, car, phone, they're not thinking about the others. Do you have a good job and where do you live? They ain't thinking about that.
Yeah.
Any trappings of success?
In America, you can have the latest phone all you want to, but if you dropping fries at McDonald's, ain't nobody looking at you.
Ain't nobody paying. Right. Anybody can buy a phone, right?
Yeah.
But they ain't. But see, when you rise a little higher, you get these young ladies who work in government or they have some kind of position higher up in some corporate whatever, which ain't paying the same as America. But out here they can, and they got the hair done and the clothes and nails done and everything. You can't You can't talk to them. They look, if I was single looking for a shot, they have to check me out. They wouldn't even consider me unless I display these things. They'll give me the benefit of the doubt. And they don't want me to be a dressed down a brony hiding money. They want me to flash too, so they can flash me like I got the brony and he's got money. Look how he's dressed. He's got this. He's got that. They worse with that, depending on your status. If you're a little village girl or something like that, and you got a nice phone. Oh my God, you have such a nice phone. You still walking. It's not like he's driving.
Yeah.
Exactly. You just have to figure out what you're dealing with.
And see, here in the South where I live, you know how certain cities, they have like certain sections of the city that they know is popping. Like here in the South, like especially where I live, it's like everybody knows certain zip codes. So all you gotta do is tell us what zip code you live in, and we go, oh yeah, you up by the project. Oh, you over by the project. Oh, you live over there by the White House. Oh, you live over by the rich area. So we know zip codes.
It's so sick how we are. It's the
truth. So where, like where I am now, like me, where I live, I'm beside a freeway, but I can also walk down the street like 10 minutes and be in a neighborhood where the houses are like start at $1.5 million. So when I say my zip code, like, oh, you look, no, I stay in an apartment, I rent. No, don't even get excited. I have no money. No.
They want to come over now. They think you're over the rich side. Yep. Well, see, I remember I was in me and Miss SCURV and somebody else was with us. We went to this little small appliance store, and it was small, and it was a Samsung appliance store. Because do they really push Samsung like refrigerators and dryers and stuff in America now?
It's more, they don't really. Like not really for appliances for America. They want to push Maytag and Whirlpool.
Right. See, it's still the same way. I was shocked when I saw them like Samsung phones. It's big over here. It's real big. Now they have American stuff, but mostly like Samsung, and they have the other, I gotta remember, but the popular names that you know over there, but they traditionally like they make other electronics and stuff. So Samsung stuff is really good over here. And this is a Samsung spot. So there was a desk there in the front, and we walked up. Miss SCURV walked around. I think some other young lady was with us. And I was in the front, the door was open, and there were two young ladies there. One sitting at the desk, talking to, because it was a small place, so she didn't even have to get up. So she was telling her about each one because she had the book there and everything, specifications. And there was another one who was kind of on the phone talking low, had her back turned to me. And then she got off the phone and she was talking to the one who was sitting there by the desk. But her back was to me. She wasn't even aware that I was there, that Mrs. SCURV and the other person was walking around. So she was telling the girl about New York, and she's a Ghanaian girl, right? Ain't never left Ghana, but she's about New York and this and that. She was fronting like she traveled. And she's getting it all mixed up. And I'm sitting here listening to a lie to this girl. And she's trying to act like she went to New York for a while and she came back with this New York accent. And she just like jacked up the New York accent. My mouth was quiet. She didn't even know I was there.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Was this when y'all was still living in Florida?
No, this is in Ghana. This is incredible.
You got a whole African Ghanaian accent. How you gonna have no? You can't even do the American accent, let alone a New York accent.
Exactly.
Oh my.
She didn't get past the starter course, and she tried to do the advanced. Come on, you know what I mean? So she's there. She turns around. I didn't open my mouth yet, but she kind of figured I'm probably from America. So Mrs. SCURV pointed out one she liked. We didn't get it, but she was like, when we do get one, I want to get one like this, whatever. So I said something to her, and the girl turned around like, oh, snap. And they knew I was from New York. So she started talking to the girl again, but lower. And so I was a troublemaker. I said, you lived in New York for a while. And she couldn't say no, because she was telling the girl that she lived there. So she, yes, I lived in New York. And she kind of got mad because it's like she knew that lie and that hustle was over. So I'm like, oh, how many years you lived there? Oh, I lived there for 6 years. And all of a sudden that fake New York accent disappeared. So she was trying to have rank and file over the other young lady, like, you never been there before. I've been there before. Like, kind of thing, like, I'm better than you because I've been there before. And so I said, yeah, I was born and raised there. I said, I lived there all my life. And at the time, I was in my late 50s. So I told her, I asked her a few questions. She jacked it up. And I didn't want to embarrass her until she started to try to get condescending on me. Like I didn't live there, like I'm lying. I said, well, how do I know you're telling the truth? I said, I'm telling the truth because what you're telling this young lady here, it's all lies. Don't challenge me. You know what I mean? Like that's taking it too far. You want to flex on me now? I'm the real thing. So I said, listen, you said Greenwich Village is not in the Bronx, okay?
Oh, wow.
It's in Manhattan. Most people know that. They've never even been there.
I knew that.
I said, Queens is not part of Long Island. It's
no,
the
it's
same landmass, but it's part of the 5 boroughs. You got it all wrong. But the Statue of Liberty is in Lower Manhattan. It's on Ellis Island. Please. And then she just got upset because I busted a bubble. So I told the girl this. I said, she's never lived in New York she'd never even been there. She got me heated.
What made her say that you was from New York, though? Has she even left the doggone country of Ghana?
Never. She never left. I talked to that other young lady when with the death, and she's like, I know she never left. She was just trying to, she was heated. And she was done up. So is that
the new hustle too? Just say you've been to America?
Or you get the dudes out here who wear the New York Yankees hats and try to get a little LL Cool J swag to them or some little rapper swag and try to get the only word they'll get right is saying New York, like they're saying like it's YAW, like a hawk, like New York. Come on. There's more to it than that. I'm old school. I'm the original. I'm not these little fake plans. Even New Yorkers these days, these younger ones, it's lost. It's not the same. It's not the same. That's one thing they ain't gonna take from me.
Kind of remind me of this YouTube video of this lady. I think she was Nigerian. She was like, I'm gonna do this video in my American accent, and I'm like, honey, you are failing miserably because that's not an American accent. You keep that Nigerian accent you got. It kept coming out, and I'm like, she cannot do an American accent. I don't know why they think they can. But they cannot.
Why not be proud of where you come from, where you are? Why do you have to project like whatever? Right. But don't come and tell me I'm not from the place I was born in. I still know what New York smells like.
Right.
I my friend Carlos said.
I know what New York smells like too. I've been there a few times.
Right.
I know what it smells like.
Exactly. And like my friend Carlos said to these guys who are friends, he says, "Man, I am New York."
Yep.
I said that to her. I said, what are you talking about? I am New York. What are you talking about? And you talking about this little newfangled post 911 New York. That ain't the root. Come on. Go back to the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. Tell me that New York. Show me that one. You don't even know what that's like. I told her. Unbelievable. I'm going to flex somewhere. Well, how do I know? I ain't going to prove to you. You already know I'm the real thing.
So did she sound Ghanaian? So did she sound Ghanaian or
straight up
with
Ghanaian?
That accent? Oh,
no,
goodness.
she sound retarded Ghanaian because she was trying to talk like I was in New York.
Oh,
please.
They sound British when they try to have the northern accent. To me, for me coming from the South, they sound British to me. When they try to do that, they sound like they from the UK. I'm like, you don't sound like you even from the United States. You still sound like you from outside the United States.
I'm telling you.
Because if they can't I would love to hear them do a Southern accent from the United States. I bet they can't do that because we put words together.
That'd be too hard for them. That'd be right. A deep South. No, they can't do that.
Like my accent. I know I got an accent to you, Lance, because I'm in the South, but I bet they can't.
But yours is not so strong like as a Southern accent. Like you it's not so strong. Cause see, I'm out here with his accents out the country. So
I have friends from Boston, and they say I sound really Southern. My friends from Boston.
I could hear some of the words, like when you just said Southern. I could hear that and that and look for it. But remember, like I said, me being so far, you being so close to my birthplace, and this is my home now, but that's still my home. Like, okay, put it this way. You classify yourself as Southern, and I'm classified as Northern. But if me and you met up in Japan, that won't matter. Because now we from America, and all these people around us are Japanese, you know what I mean? So me being in Ghana, I don't hear your accent as much because I'm over here with the way out accents, different languages. See what I mean?
Right.
Now, just over there, yeah. It's like being in New York, right? Oh, you from the Bronx. You from Brooklyn. I'm from Queens. Well, Queens guys are soft. But you from Staten Island. You way out there. Well, you don't count. I'm from Manhattan. We got the swag. Within, you got the differences. But if you take New Yorkers from the 5 boroughs and put them somewhere else, oh, we New Yorkers. Now it don't make no difference. So now me being here, you're home to me. I don't care if it's down the road, North Carolina. You know what I mean? You're in America.
Right. Yeah.
So now the filter has been pulled back, so I'm not hearing it as much. But if I was in New York and you came to visit and I heard you, I didn't know you, but you in the checkout line in front of me, I'm like, yo, she's from down south.
But because they're asking them, where you from? Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi? Where you from? I know you from the South. Where you from?
Yeah, but see, it's not so much evident with you on the overall scale. Like them people who really, you know, I mean, them old Mississippi people, them old Alabama folk.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Deep Georgia. God, Louisiana.
Right.
No, it ain't like that. See, that's like the South. See, where you are in North Carolina, that's like the beginnings of it.
Right.
Okay, technically I think Virginia is the beginnings of it. Or
it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's not really like, unless you're in, West Virginia, whatever. When you're along the coast, it's different than being deeper in the country. And then now you being educated and a communicator in the industry that you're in, and just a smart person. That way, I'm not saying anybody's dumb. It's kind of like diluted. If you were somewhere working in a Piggly Wiggly somewhere, way deep in somewhere, whatever, and you never went nowhere.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You're in the banking industry, so even like, say, people who work as stewardesses or they're pilots and they're from a certain country and English is the accepted language in flight. Well, everybody kind of blends. You could tell a little bit, but they kind of get away from the root. You see? But New York accents are so strong, no matter how far you are.
Right.
It doesn't really dilute.
I wonder how we sound to them, because they know how you guys sound from the North. I want to know how do we sound? How do Southern Americans sound?
I would assume like your particular accent doesn't sound too much. It's not a New York accent, but to them, their sensors are not that sensitive to pick up that much of a difference. They'll hear me and they'll just think, it's just what, because they're talking about America. They're not just thinking about New York. Like that's an American accent. First and foremost, they think American accent, but they can identify New Yorkers because of the media and everything, rap and social media. But if you put on an American New York accent, they would not be able to detect it. I don't think so.
If I put on a New York accent, you would laugh me out of the room. If I put on a New York accent,
but I'm saying,
you would laugh me.
But on a global level, you're so close to New York on a global level. Me being there, if I was in New York, you North Carolina, that's far away. But look how far away I am. And the people here, they ain't gonna figure it out. If you faked it, they wouldn't be able to detect it. It's too close. You see what I mean? That's like Mexicans who speak Spanish and Puerto Ricans who speak Spanish. They know.
Two different Spanish, yeah. It's still Spanish, but they speak two different types of
Spanish. But if we hear
the
Puerto Rican and then the Mexican, and we're not seeing them, and that's Spanish. We're not gonna
People can tell, but you see what I mean? It's that kind of thing. If a person's from Sicily and then one's from Italy and they're speaking Italian, they know, oh, you Sicilian.
Right.
I wouldn't know.
Right.
That's how that is. So
it's crazy. They don't even know the lingo. Like they can speak English, but they don't know our American English. Like they don't know our slang.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't understand the nuances and the slight differences.
Yep.
See, with the Southern accent, there's certain things that you're gonna say that I could pick up on, and you'll know, and vice versa. When I went to Florida, they all know I'm from New York. I can't say New York like New York. I can't say it that way.
New York.
It's New York.
Yeah. We say New York.
It's so ingrained in me. You know what I mean? I'd sound like a fool
This
to change
meeting has
it.
reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Oh my God. I didn't realize he was talking for almost 5 hours. Boy, we made up.
But you know what? We'll talk tomorrow, though. And you can just text me
definitely.
Tour.
I'm going to get a good sleep. This is going to cut off at some point within the next 30 seconds, so don't think I hung up on you. But yeah, we're going to share this one. This is a good one. Hell, we might do another one tomorrow. But I'm saying we got so much to cover. But thank you so much. I'm going to go to bed after this, but I'm going to get up and work on this tomorrow. Fabulous conversation as always. We got to do more like this.
Okay, then. All right, Lance. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay,
bye-bye.
definitely. All right. Have a good sleep. All right. Night.
Make sure to go to Lancescurv.com, an online magazine established in 2001, containing written articles, thousands of talk shows and discussions, cutting-edge cartoons, as well as erotic expressions and tasteful adult photography. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Once you get a taste of the world of Lancescurv, trust me, you'll be back for more. Lancescurv.com. Bold, raw, and uncut.